commending the leadership of Mr. Defoe and the fisheries folks for the engagement and the passion which they have, because really in any work you do, passion is what you need. And if you have a passion and an intrinsic desire to see people prosper and to see people do well, you will take your job seriously. I want to commend the leadership of Mr. Julian Defoe. And of course, our Minister for Agriculture, Honorable Fidel Grant, and our Minister of State, Honorable Gregory Rivera, the Permanent Secretary, and all of you who played your part in this effort. And so we want to thank you for this. When we work together in a diligent way, great things can be achieved in a reasonable time and within efficient dispensation. And so this is a time for celebration. It's a time to express gratitude. Because, you know, there is a culture sometimes in our society that we believe that we should not say thanks, that we should not show gratitude. But if we don't say thanks, if we don't show gratitude, how are we going to be blessed any further? How are we going to bless any further if we don't say thanks? And so we have to continue to say thanks for this investment, because we're in a difficult time in the world. And so many wonderful things are happening in this country. And sometimes we look for things that we do not have, to go and search. Look, we have things in our hand that we don't pay attention to, but we go searching for things that we cannot find. And so we have to thank God for what we have, and thank God so that He can multiply that what we have. And the little that we have to share. That's what Japan is doing with us. They're not only helping Dominica, they're helping many, many countries around the world to build capacity, to become financially and economically independent. But we ourselves in Dominica, we must show our gratitude. And I want you, all of us, to continue to show our gratitude to the government and people of Japan for their steadfast friendship, solidarity, and support. And Japan is not only a friend indeed, it is a friend of all seasons for Dominica. We can rely on Japan any time, every time, for assistance and support and solidarity. And so I will end here by thanking you all again, and to say, let us make good use of this facility. Let us not destroy it. This is not my facility. So don't say it's government facility. We are here to ensure these things are put in place. But at the end of the day, it is for you, the people of Dominica. What you do to it and what you do with it will redound either to your benefit or to your destruction. You choose. But I know we are wise people in this country, and we always make wise decisions. And I have no doubt that we will care for this as if it is our own. Just for the use of this facility, just behave as if you went to the bank and you took a loan and you build this facility and it is yours, and you're watching it and you're ensuring that it is not destroyed. And if you see anybody destroying it, you have to call the police or call the security. Because I cannot guarantee you that we will find another $10 million US or $27 million to fix it. Or if you mash up the gate that we've just painted nicely and redone, you know, or slam the door or the ice machine when you get the ice. No, soft touch. It will close so that you can ensure you have ice tomorrow. Don't mash it up. Don't kick it. You know, if the ice not coming as fast as you can, you should not kick it and see the ability that ice loss up here because you kick it. No. And I mean, yeah, I'm talking with among ourselves, you know, as Dominicans, so you know what I'm talking about, you know. So when our friends, the Japanese ambassador and the government of Japan come back next year, they will see the facility in even a better condition than today. That is how you show gratitude. That is how you show gratitude. And I will be coming there from time to time to ensure that we can make use of it properly. So God bless you. Dominicans, let us buy local fish. Yes, we can say it's expensive and so on, but fish, good for good fish, but here in Dominica, caught by a fisherman is the best you can use. And it's good for your health, and it's good for your children's health. So yes, they're sucking a bone from an imported drumstick or wings from overseas. That's not good. It has too much chemicals in it. And we're wondering where all this cancer is coming from. It's coming from all of these imported things, all these processed things that we want, when we can get all our stuff here. I see no reason why we should be buying carrots from anywhere in the world when we have the best carrots in one Prosper and other parts of Dominica. And don't talk about bread. I don't know why we importing bread in Dominica and people have the guts of even buying it. When we have the best bread from Ruben's Bakery or we in Canefield and Marigot. I can understand this. And then we ask, where are the jobs? Where are the jobs? The jobs in your pocket. Spend it wisely and you'll see jobs created in Dominica by your consumption practices and what you buy and how you buy. God bless you, our nation, Dominica. May God bless the people of Japan for their continued solidarity with us. And Ambassador, you have a friend in us, always. Your people have a friend in us, always. Your government have a friend in us, always. And our friendship is worth more than money in the bank, because we do not play with friendships. We are sincere when it comes to expressing our friendship and solidarity with countries. Thank you very much.
So we now move across to the front side step to do a walkthrough of the facility. The delegation will be led by the Chief Fisheries Officer as he explains the areas of and the functions of the building. And we will move upstairs for the cutting of the ribbon, and then come back to the bottom, downstairs of the building where we can open the vending area.
Two projects completed in the Koliho constituency recently of $1.5 million river defense wall and a river crossing in Dubla, costing a little over $500,000, are expected to build further resilience in these coastal communities, particularly during the hurricane season. Residents in the Dubla area are often cut off and isolated during heavy rain and river flooding. On top of that, there is the issue of access during times of medical emergencies. Without a suitable bridge, those who require urgent care can be affected.
Prior to the hurricane, for example, the bridge was very narrow and navigating the bridge was a problem. You had to turn and many vehicles bounce on that bridge because of the span and the entry point. So after Maria, in cleaning the river, the bridge was devastated. And so they had to have because there was only one entry into the village then. We were able to build this walkway so that the children could have access, because as you know, the council is on this side, the school is on this side, the health center is on this side. So that's where the facilities are for the community. So we were obliged to build this facility that you see here, this bridge crossing. And so it took a little while, but we are there with that bridge now.
The parliamentary representative says this river crossing is a project which the entire community welcomes, recognizing its significance, particularly in time of natural disasters and other emergencies.
One of the things with that bridge is wider. It gives access, you have one, because we were thinking, for example, if an ambulance have to come in, you cannot have a village locked in with only one exit. So the significance of that bridge was very, very important. Now, secondly, the first bridge, when we got damage to the village, the first bridge, there was a middle part under the first bridge. So the water gushed and the water came over the road and was able to enter the village. Now, with that bridge, which is built higher, you'll see under it, there is nothing prevented. So anything that's coming, it will just flow freely. At first when it started, people were like, what are they doing? Do they know what they're doing? Because the bridge was high and there was like, how are they going to access to come into the village? Because they're going to have the same devastation if the river overflows. And so I said, you all give the engineers a chance. They know what they're doing, they know what they're about. Today, as it nears completion, the road is aligned to the bridge. I mean, if you go to the village and you meet people, it's a sigh of relief. And now they understand. So they are very appreciative of this bridge.
While it's not yet commissioned, the bridge is already experiencing its share of traffic.
People go across, vehicles go across, and it's like a sigh of relief. A lot of people don't even access from the other point up there anymore because they are more comfortable with that structure.
The bridge project in Dubla incorporates some accompanying roadworks, making for a more complete project.
Because the bridge, though it's raised, so they had to align it, backfill and whatever, align it to the road. So they had to fix the road in order to complement the bridge work. And then we had, if you notice, there are some inner roads going to people's houses. They're also doing a dressing on that. And if you see the side of the bridge, there it was broken, and they also have aligned that part to the bridge. So it will be, the complete picture will be very, very good for the people. I mean, I'm excited, and so are the people. I'm really excited for the bridge because that was something, we needed badly. It wasn't a want, a need for the community.
Government initially allocated over $500,000 for this project, but the cost has gone up as other necessary measures had to be taken to ensure not just the bridge but the roads leading to and from it were improved. This piece of infrastructure will not only provide peace of mind for residents, but it's government's way of investing in the protection of people in that community, in these disaster-prone communities.
The government has invested, and it's safety of lives, safety of people, and giving people the comfort that they need. So when a disaster strikes, we know that if we have to get out of here, we have roads to get out of here. If we have to, an ambulance has to come in, it wouldn't be blocked by traffic because one way in, we have two ways now. So it's a lot. It brings a lot of comfort and peace to the minds of the people. You know, and I am just very thankful. I thank God. Always, God is great in everything, and He say once you put Him in the mix of things, it will be accomplished. And then you go to Him, even though you have the projects, you go to Him and you offer it to Him and you ask Him, Lord, let Thy will be done.
The safety of the people in Dubla is a priority for government, and the parliamentary representative says it is a priority.
We have the river wall for here already, so that was one way of safeguarding people. But you know, when you represent people and before shower comes and they call you, Miss, it's raining, we're scared. You know, you have to have that comfort to them. But now I know when they'll see a shower now, not that I don't want them to call me, but they will be more, you know, they'll feel safe. And yes, they won't have all that fear as they used to have before. They'll feel safe that we have provided the safety for them. We have provided the means whereby they can stay comfortable in their bed and know that they are taken care of and that they won't be washed away. And that is what this government does, you know, it's to care for people. We are interested in lives. We are interested in the person, not just the infrastructure. The infrastructure is one thing, but that we are really interested in the livelihood of people, in the comfort of people, in the resilience. When we talk about resilience, it's not just infrastructural resilience, but in human resilience, so these people can rest assured that, you know, they are taken care of. And that's what the Labour Party does best, you know. We do those things for people. We are concerned about people. Our life and why we in politics is to take care of people, because many people cannot fend for themselves. So you have to be that voice for them.
Infrastructure projects such as this bridge and the river defense wall in Kalinago help build resilience at the community level in more ways than one. These projects also enhance livelihoods.
We cannot escape the fact that these projects continue to provide employment. And in these small communities, a job on a project like this means a lot for any family.
For any family, and not only employment, but for purchase, the little shops can make a little money, you know, the workers will...
It spreads.
Yes, it spreads. There's the domino effect of the income that comes in. So though it's the project, but it goes a long way, you know, and they'll be able to survive, and they wouldn't have to rush to you for everything that they need, because you have given them that independence that they so require. Resilience, human resilience, financial resilience. There's so many aspects to resilience, and once you can provide that for your people, they'll be okay.
For GIS National Focus, Julian Morris reporting.
Let me welcome the presence of the Chairman of the Electoral Commission, Mr. Duncan Stowe, and the Commissioner Alec Lawrence, also representatives of Simlek and Jenkins, Mr. Michael Leoff, and Mr. Bruno Morrow. At this ceremony, also members of the various media here this afternoon. On March 19th, 2025, 3 electoral bills were approved in the Parliament of Dominica. The Registration of Electors Act of 2024, the House of Assembly Election Bill 2024, and the Electoral Commission Act 2024. On May 21st, 2025, the Electoral Commission informed the public that the confirmation period will begin on September 1st and end on August 31st, 2026, in accordance with Part 4 of Confirmation of Registration, Section 51, and that was done via a press release. Today, the Electoral Commission will sign an agreement with Simlek Company to the tune of United States dollars $1,284,660 or Eastern Caribbean dollars, 3,490,292.75 for the provision of a voter identification system and software which will facilitate the process of confirmation. Simlek is a Belgian-based company that provides integrated identification solutions, including the development of secure registration systems and electoral management. With decades of experience, Simlek has supported numerous governments by delivering end-to-end solutions tailored to voters' registration needs, ensuring both security and inclusiveness. The electoral registration and confirmation system developed by Simlek is designed to ensure the integrity and inclusivity of the electoral process. It involves the deployment of mobile registration kits to reach remote and unserved populations, thereby promoting the voter empowerment. The system leverages facial recognition technology to detect and prevent duplication registrations and to provide the electoral office with an accurate electoral register. Additionally, it ensures that each eligible elector receives an elector's card, which serves as an official proof of registration and eligibility to vote. At this time, I will invite the chairman of the Electoral Commission, Mr. Duncan Stowe, who will give you some brief remarks.
As has been indicated by the CEO already, today is a significant day in the history of our nation, as we are here to witness the official signing of what all of us, I'm sure, will agree is a landmark agreement. An agreement which marks a major step forward in the modernization of the electoral process here in Dominica. This agreement provides for the introduction of advanced hardware and software systems that will significantly enhance the administration and conduct of elections across the country. It represents a long-awaited development, the result of careful planning, consultation, dedication, and of course, to the democratic process. While the implementation of this new system comes at a considerable financial cost, it is an essential and worthwhile investment, an investment in the strength, transparency, and integrity of our democracy. The true cost of the inaction would be far greater. The new system will bring critical improvements, particularly in the accuracy and the security of the electoral process. One of its key features is the creation and maintenance of more reliable and up-to-date voters lists. Only eligible voters will be included, and the technology will introduce robust mechanisms to prevent fraudulent voting practices. In so doing, it will provide greater confidence to the Dominican people in the credibility and fairness of elections. This system will enable voter and voters lists to confirm in his or her registration beginning from September 1 and through August 31st, 2026. It will also facilitate new registrations under the new Registration of Electors Act. A major aspect of the system being provided by Simlek is the provision of mobile kits, which will be used to reach the vulnerable persons in communities. In addition to negotiating and concluding this agreement with SEMLEX, the Electoral Commission and the Electoral Office have been or will be involved in a number of activities to facilitate the start of confirmation. These includes recruitment of staff, including communication specialists and enrollment staff, setting up of confirmation offices in every constituency, equipping the offices, training of staff in the new legislation, training of registering officers and assistant registering officers, and of course, we have a lot of public relations to conduct. So this is not merely a technical upgrade, it is a bold step forward in our democratic journey. It sends a clear message that we are committed to continuous improvement, to good governance, to protecting the rights of every citizen to participate in free and fair elections. Let us recognize this moment for what it is, a milestone that brings us closer to the ideals of a modern, just, and democratic society. Together, let us move forward with a shared commitment to building a stronger and more transparent democracy for the people of Dominica.
Okay, so we're going to take some brief remarks too from the representative of the CIMLEC team, and I will hand over to Mr. Michael Leoff at this time. Loof, thanks.
It's a real honor for me to be here for signing of this contract, which marks the beginning of our partnership with the Electoral Commission. This is obviously an important responsibility to support the electoral process, and we fully understand the responsibility that comes with this mission. As you said, we are a Belgian company together with a Dutch company, and we have huge experience in voter registration, voter confirmation of electoral confirmation. We've done that in many countries. For just giving one example, in Tanzania, where we had to register 27 million of electors. So it gives a little bit the ideas of the work that we've been doing in the past and our experience also. But we are here also to listen, to adapt, and to work hand in hand to building a solution that fits the needs on the ground. And I want to thank the Electoral Commission for their confidence that they have placed in us, and we look forward to a fruitful cooperation. Thank you.
I would like to thank you for being with us, Madam Chair, members of the media, for your presence here. And in the process, mine is just left to say thanks to those who have been involved in the process, taking us along the way. We would like to say a special thanks to former President of Dominica, His Excellency Charles Savre, also the present President, Her Excellency Sibani Burton, of course the government of Dominica who has been there to finance and give us the assistance, the Honorable Prime Minister of Dominica, Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, the Secretary to the Cabinet, the Attorney General's Chambers, the Ministry of Finance, staff of the Electoral Office, and representatives ably represented here is our commission, members of the commission. And of course, we should say a special thank you again to our friends from Semlec and Genki, who are with us in the process, our partners, and of course to all the patriots of Dominica who have been keeping the Electoral Commission on their toes. Thank you to all.
We are in the beautiful Kalinago territory this morning, and we are thankful for good weather. We are hosted, of course, by the Kalinago community, and to do the official welcome remarks, I now invite the Kalinago Chief, Mr. Lorenzo Sanford.
Dr. Kyra Paul, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Ms. Sylvanie Burton, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Environment, Rural Modernization, Kalinago Upliftment and Constituency Empowerment. Other permanent secretaries, Ms. Carlin Roberts, National Authorizing Officer for the European Development Fund, Pastor Mr. Willis Joseph, beneficiaries, other invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very joyful occasion for the families who are receiving the keys to their brand new, beautiful, and resilient houses. In my capacity as Kalinago Chief, along with the Kalinago Council and residents of the Kalinago territory, I extend sincere congratulations to all those individuals and families who will be moving into their new houses very soon. These new houses give each one of you the opportunity for a new beginning or a reset in your lives and your families, especially the children. This is a chance to improve your quality of your family life. Now that you are in better, safer, and more comfortable houses, you can now focus your efforts, finance, and other resources in other things such as education for your children. On your own personal development, or even starting a small business. The children have their own space to study and play in peace. The parents can now invite relatives and friends over to socialize and spend quality time. You can entertain at home instead of being elsewhere, away from family and your home. In other words, you can change your new houses into loving homes, and where you can feel a sense of safety and caring. As all this can result in improved family and community life, which will benefit the whole nation. Presently, in all lovely Dominica, safe, comfortable, and resilient housing is considered a basic human right. That was not always so. Since the inception of the housing revolution, we have witnessed great improvement in the housing stock in the Kalinago territory and throughout the rest of the Nature Island. This is just one of central government's programs from which the Kalinago people have benefited significantly. Proper housing is a human right, but when it comes to you as an unconditional gift with no strings attached, brothers and sisters, this is a blessing. A huge blessing. Let me remind us that we should count our blessings, but this is even more important, to be grateful for such generous blessings and to bless the others in return. Remember, blessed are the hands that giveth and the one that taketh. So on behalf of the Kalinago people of the territory, especially those receiving their keys today, I express a heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the Honorable Parliamentary Representative Chibutuiba Kozia Frederick and the Ministry of Upliftment, the Minister of Housing and her staff, and of course the Honorable Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit. Special thanks must go out to the funding agencies which provided the financial resources to make all this possible, our local contractors and their workforce, diverse special recognition for such skilled workmanship. Let me end by pledging the full support and collaboration and participation of the Kalinago Chief, the Council and people in any initiative of central government and funding agencies which will bring improvement to our lives and enhancement to our community and country. May the Great Spirit continue to guide and bless us, our efforts, plans, and achievements. May our ancestors be pleased with our stewardship of the people and the resources of Waitukubuli. Thank you.
The executing agency for this project is the National Authorizing Officer, and I will now call Ms. Colleen Roberts to deliver some remarks.
I deliver these remarks from the EU Ambassador to Barbados, the Eastern Caribbean States, the OECS, and the CARICOM. Dear Prime Minister, Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, I would have loved to come in today in person for the handover of these houses to the families of Dominica who have been affected by the consequences of Hurricane Maria since 2017. As I said last May, during the inauguration of the two shelters, built also with funds from the citizens of the European Union, it is difficult to find the right words to express my admiration for your resilience. We all pay tribute to the climate changes, and we do have in Europe our yearly victims of storms, floods, heat waves, wildfires, and cold waves. We all face risk of extreme weather events, some to a lesser extent, for now. But when it comes to recovery, to repairing the damages, to strengthen the infrastructure in order to cope with future events, and to ensure that citizens will continue to stay safe, the differences of capacity between countries are huge. It is hard to fathom what you have all been through in September 2017 and during the aftermath of the destructive passage of Category 5 Hurricane Maria. Prime Minister, on the 23rd of September, 5 years ago, you were saying in front of the UN General Assembly and in front of the whole world, with your voice still strangled by the thoughts of your country in ruins and your region under attack in a war that you have not provoked, that you, the small nations of the world, need to know who your friends are and who have your backs. I dare hope that we have fully answered your call and that we can be counted among the friends and partners of Dominica. The EU answered to yours and to your country's political and civic commitment to rebuild Dominica as the first climate resilient nation of the world. A €19 million program was put in place at the time in support of rebuilding back better the Nature Island. This was a comprehensive program built on the concrete needs expressed clearly by the government of Dominica. It aimed to rebuild houses, especially for the vulnerable Kalinago communities, to support the mainstreaming of building standards and resilience requirements in key national policies, to allow the country to carry out its social protection policies in times of budgetary constraints, and to better prepare for future natural events through building 2 regional shelters in key affected areas. What brings us here today is a reason to be proud, very proud. There is no higher reward for a cooperation partner than to see the concrete results of our common efforts. What we know now is that these families will have finally a home to live in. Prime Minister, I cannot thank you enough, as well as your team, for the excellent job done under this component of our budget support program. The COVID-19 crisis did not make things easier, but still, the results are here in front of our eyes. I appreciate the efforts of all actors involved. Thank you. Lastly, I would like to thank also my team and the excellent counterpart in your government, the Office of the National Authorizing Officer, and particularly to Ms. Carleen Roberts, to whose efforts and hard work we owe the results we see today. Thank you, and I am looking forward to come in April for the handover of more of the houses to celebrate the strong partnership the European Union and Dominica has built and will continue building together. Thank you.
Let me welcome to the podium Honorable Kozia Frederick, Minister for Environment, Rural Modernization and Kalinago Upliftment, and also the Parliamentary Representative for the Salibia constituency to deliver remarks.
I would like to say a pleasant day to all of you who have honored us with your presence in the Kalinago space. It's a wonderful space that has been left to us as trust assets by our strong Kalinago warriors. So you're on sacred ground, and I'm happy that you're here to share that sacred space with me. We are very appreciative of the gesture by the Prime Minister back when the European Union offered to assist in the housing revolution on the country. And the Prime Minister, the leadership at the time, and the past parliamentarian and minister, Cassius Daru, and the chief at the time, decided that all of those homes to be contributed by the EU should be within our space. It is something that I'm very happy for, because the Prime Minister could have decided to do this anywhere else, but he chose to do it within our space. and so it speaks to the involvement of the Prime Minister within our space and his affinity to understand and appreciate our history and our culture, and to help ourselves to develop our space. And so the history of this project is very, very simple. What we have now as the build homes is something that started many, many moons ago. And I remember clearly that at one point, Honorable Senator Oscar George was part of this project, doing some TORs and all that thing. So there's a lot of work that happens in the background. So we see these beautiful homes today painted, fitted and ready for use, but it has a long story. The choosing of the sites, the choosing of the beneficiaries, arguing whether or not we should have a 3-bedroom home or 2-bedroom home. And so the development processes have a lot of background to it. And it's something I would really want to have our people within the Kalinago space to understand and appreciate. And I can't speak too loudly for those out of our space. You have others to do that. But I really want to speak to the people of our space, because we have had the opportunity over many moons to enjoy the gifts of the Dominica Labour Party for many moons. And so we are living within an independent nation, one that appreciates our existence as a people, one that does not discount us at all, one that treats us as equal citizens. And for that, I'm very excited. I'm very happy. And so we have seen a housing evolution within our Kalinago space, from a thatch paikoko to a resilient concrete structures. And some will argue that concrete homes, mortar and steel, and how do we relate to heritage? But if you really understand the history of the Kalinago people and the history of our country, you realize that the architectural design and the material is just only one piece of the heritage. Location is an important piece. And sometimes we don't talk about this at all. There's no homes in the Kalinago space that is built close to the river that will be flooded out. There's no homes in the Kalinago space that are built along cliff sides that will have a landslide. And all of that is heritage. So while some argue that the homes should be more traditional and A-frames and more wood and more stuff, but this is just one piece of the heritage. And I want you to understand that. This is important. And so there's an evolution of the homes from thatch to what we have now. At a certain point, we had shingles and boards, planche and poteau. Another point, we had corrugated galvanized sheets. And today, if you look at those homes carefully, especially these homes built with the funds from the European Union, you will see that we have tried to capture all aspects of the heritage. These homes are on stilts, so they can't be flooded. Part of it is an A-frame that speaks to the culture. The hardwoods are there, hardwoods on the porch and on the doors. And these are the things we have to understand and appreciate as part of our heritage and our culture. And so there's a revolution, but there's also an evolution of our building stock. And even while we were doing all these homes, we had to create access. It is very easy to clear a massive area of land and throw in houses. It's a cheaper venture, Prime Minister. Prime Minister knows that for sure, as the Minister of Finance then. That it's easier to lump a number of homes in a particular space and put people there. That means you have one road in, you have one water line in, you have one power line in, and you distribute. To build those homes, we had to have additional costs because we spread that resources right across the Kalinago space. 10 very unique spaces in Siniku, 8 other unique spaces in Badaka. So we had to create access. We had to bring in a small excavator. I want to thank Agriculture at the time and Mr. Shanks Esprit. Excavating and grading and doing all kinds of stuff, cutting roads like crazy, and getting the surface done. Because this had to be done for access to building the homes, or else the contractors would find it difficult to build those homes. And it would have been an additional cost on the project. So while we have a bulk figure for the homes itself, there's a lot of costs that are attached to building the area as we prepare it. So it's something we have to look at. And I'll remind my Kalinago warriors again that in the process of development, to get a finished product, there's a lot of technical work that has to happen. A lot of conversations, a lot of negotiations in the background that has to happen. And so, when I moved around the community during the construction phase, I realized that more than 80% of the builders, the skilled men, the laborers work from the Kalinago space. So while it was a very competitive bidding process to get a contractor assigned to a lot, as we call it, a number of homes, and most of those contractors are not from the Kalinago space, because you have to have a certain level of capacity to do that. But the people on the ground doing the work were Kalinago folks. So a lot of money was circulating in the Kalinago space. And during that exercise, a number of the young folks have gained experience. And so I feel comforted knowing that I now have a better cadre, a better collective of skilled Kalinago builders to continue that evolution. And it is something that we must not discount from the conversation. The houses are nice. They're beautiful homes. But there are softer parts of our development we have to also encourage and build. And building capacity, human capacity, in a very small community like ours is so important. And remember, we are the quest of the resistance of the colonial enterprise. I can't forget that. And so, Kalinago warriors, we have to take on the opportunities that are given to us and learn and come forward and exercise our right to be an equal citizen. Everyone wants a right, but no one wants a responsibility. And it's something that we have understood as Kalinago warriors, and our ancestors have understood. That's why we have this wonderful space today. Now, apart from this wonderful project, we do have many other housing interventions. That's something we discount. A number of folks for our space have gotten materials after the devastation of Hurricane Maria, ongoing housing projects, eradication of pit latrines. There's the government access to loan from the World Bank under the Housing Recovery Project. We are knocking down homes across the Kalinago space like crazy. It's happening, and some of you are beneficiaries because your husbands and your boyfriends are contractors building those homes. Your neighbor, your friend, your cousin are doing those interventions. So it is a massive evolution of housing across the Kalinago space, and it is one that I'm happy to be part of. So we have built partnerships in all of this. We have built partnerships, and it is very, 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 very important to do that. And I was reminded yesterday by a colleague that relationships are important. So building relationships between departments of government and building relationships between agencies like the EU is so important for our development. And so I want us to be encouraged by this movement and to be part and parcel of that movement. And so friends, colleagues, comrades, we also partner within our ministries. Every one of the homes today will receive a receptacle for garbage collection. It appears to be something simple, but it's something very, very important. Because there's a science about it. Every home, if a number of persons create a certain amount of waste, and we in the Kalinago place want to continue to ensure that we leave a better place for the coming generations than what we receive. And so the partnerships with the council is also important. Because for those of you who do not understand everything about the Kalinago space as yet, a beneficiary will receive a home when the lands are endorsed by the Kalinago Council. Because we have a communal land ownership that speaks to no particular person owning a particular piece of land. So that in itself has its own challenges. But with a partnership on the council, endorsing that property to that beneficiary is important. And so I just want to really call again on the council. I'm happy for the partnership, but we have to also increasingly develop our capacity and our resilience within that local government structure to ensure that we benefit from central government. And I'll tell you, we benefit especially from a prime minister who keeps nodding and say he will be out of that thing soon. So I want to ensure warriors that we can get as much as we can from this guy. So we're going to do what we have to do. We're going to do what we have to do because I am somewhat worried. So Prime Minister, colleague, brother, comrade, we want to thank you for really dedicating that massive investment in the Kalinago space. And I want to thank you on behalf of the Kalinago warriors for that enlightened view to develop a community that has struggled for the most part. But we are not complaining. We are equal to the task, and we will do what needs to be done to ensure that our heritage is not discounted and that we play an equal part in our own development. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm happy that you're here in our space. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Frederick, for enlightening us with some of the back-end happenings in terms of getting this project on the ground. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Honorable Melissa Popon-Skerrit, Minister for Housing and Urban Development, to the podium.
It is a great pleasure to be here for such a happy occasion for the beneficiaries of Bataka and Siniku. And many thanks to our Kalinago Chief Sanford and Honorable Frederick for hosting us. And special honor to the Honorable Prime Minister and his cabinet for the vision and the commitment to the provision of affordable, sustainable, and resilient homes to our citizens across Dominica. Our resilience vision means nothing without a will to make a difference in the lives of our citizenry and without dedicated partners such as the European Union. Our vision for a dynamic Dominica is built on principles of social and economic empowerment, inclusivity, which gives every Dominican a shot at a better quality of life. Today, at this event, is my first public event as Minister responsible for housing and urban development. And I have to say that I am elated to share this joyful event with you. And please accept my warmest congratulations on your new home ownership. As we move into the new year, the government of Dominica, and in particular the Ministry of Housing, has recommitted our efforts to addressing the housing needs of our vulnerable citizens across the island. Our government's housing program is all about looking forward, making Dominica the envy of the rest of the Caribbean region, making Dominica the best place to recreate, the best place to work, the best place to live for generations to come. And we remain determined to replace homes lost as a result of the passage of Hurricane Maria. Also, to increase our stock of resilient housing through several housing programs and services that respond to the varied needs of the individuals and families, from sheltering those who have lost or are without homes to repairing, revitalizing, and constructing new houses to existing families and first-time homeowners. Similar to issues of climate change, food insecurity, rising food prices, which are major threats to our future and which affects us every day, housing conditions concern us all, especially the youth and the elderly, our indigenous people. So it's important to remember that Dominica has committed to becoming the first resilient country in the world, and that we have most definitely started this journey even before 2017. Post Hurricane Maria, we have been determined to show that building resilience, sustainability, and social protection are entirely compatible. Our housing program is a long-term commitment, the lasting legacy that we will leave for generations to come. And as a government, we continue to do all we can to support Dominica's housing needs, with little or no burden passed to the citizenry. In many instances, though, the transition to a safe and stable home is seamless and comfortable for our beneficiaries. Accessible and affordable housing solutions to enhance the quality of life of our citizens remains high on the national demand, our national agenda. And therefore, we value the partnerships and allies such as the European Union through the National Authorizing Office, who are assisting us to deliver the very impressive housing program with resources from the European Development Fund. And under this initiative, construction of housing units in the Kalinago territory, the government of Dominica aims to build 50 resilient housing units in 6 hamlets in the Kalinago territory. So today is a major milestone. Under 2 contracts, we are delivering 18 homes to families in Bataka and Sinico. The program within the wider Kalinago territory is an ongoing project, and so there are more homes that will be built under our various programs. And in the coming months, we expect the completion of homes in Concord, St. Cyr, Bajo River, Gawlet River to be handed over as part of the 11th EDF initiative. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, This is all about the well-being of our Dominican people and about making a difference in their lives. Moments like today are truly special, as we are not here to merely celebrate the receipt of keys to houses, although this is a major highlight of today, but we are also here to acknowledge the challenges that you have now overcome as individuals desirous of becoming homeowners, and the patience and the resolve you have demonstrated as constituents. In closing, I would like to acknowledge the coordination efforts of the NAO and the staff of the Ministry of Housing, Rural Modernization, Kalinago Upliftment, and Constituency Empowerment, the efforts of the Honorable Reginald Austri and the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, who all collaborated on this project. Together, we hope you create happy memories and a successful life in your new home. Thank you.
Of course, this vision of resilience and sustainable housing has been articulated numerous times by the Honorable Prime Minister, who has been leading the effort with regards to housing revolution in Dominica as well on a wider scale. I now invite to the podium Honorable Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit to deliver remarks.
Honorable Minister Skerrit, the Minister for Housing and Urban Development, Honorable Kozia Frederick, our Pal Rep for the Sidewalk constituency, my other colleagues who are here present, Mr. Lorenzo Sanford, the Kalinago Chief, Ms. Colin Roberts, the National Authorizing Officer for the European Development Fund, and also who gave remarks on behalf of the Ambassador. Let me also recognize Dr. Kira Paul, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Housing, Ms. Sylvanie Burton, our Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Kalinago Upliftment, Mr. Willis Joseph, who prayed for us, Mr. who sang the national anthem for us, and also my friend Mr. John Baptist Valmore, who prayed so beautifully for us, and thank the Lord for his many blessings for us. We want to thank you, Mr. Valmore. And I want to recognize our former ministers, PAL reps who are all here, beneficiaries, other invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends all from the Celebratory constituency. I am so happy to see Lucia there, you know. I remember coming to Cynical and Lucia gave me what was coming for me, you know. and I told you, so don't worry, one day you'll have your house, you know. And I'm so happy to see her there, and she'll be receiving the keys to her beautiful home in Cynical. I was hoping to see Mrs. Valmore here, but Mr. John Baptist here, her husband is here, very old friends of mine in Cynical. Let me take this opportunity to wish you a happy New Year and convey my sincere hope for a year full of opportunity and happiness for you and your families. And just to say that I was out of the country for about 5 days, and people say, where is Skerrit, you know? People ask if it's Skerrit. But I'm happy that this carry live so they can all hear my voice, and so Skerrit is here, you know? Some people say, well, time for Skerrit to go, but Skerrit not there for one day, they're missing Skerrit, you know? You know? Skerrit must go, but Skerrit go for one day, where's Skerrit, you know? We're missing Skerrit, you know? For 18 of you, the new year is getting off to the best start, as today you receive the keys to a place of comfort and safety, where your families can live fulfilling, rewarding lives. It is also a timely reminder of the work this government has done and continues to do to secure the welfare and well-being of the people of Dominica. I say timely because we have just come from a general election campaign, which promised a reset and a recommitment to pursue plans and programs to enhance communities and strengthen our society. The reset was also about consolidating our gains over the past years and looking ahead with new purpose and direction to create better living conditions for all our people in every part of Dominica. The reset that we spoke of, ladies and gentlemen, is what you see happening here today. It is staying true to the tenets of the Dominica Labour Party and to the goals of this government to secure an adequate standard of living for all our citizens. It is about ensuring that every Dominican has access to opportunities for growth, to quality infrastructure, schools, healthcare, and housing. Across Dominica, our housing program continues unabated as we seek to build resilience against the impact of severe weather. Here in the East, you were reminded most recently of how weather systems can turn lives upside down in the blink of an eye. The risk posed to lives and livelihoods, to your homes, to your farms, and to infrastructure is real and very present. And it is costing the state a pretty penny to respond to these disaster events. It reemphasizes, however, the need to build stronger and more resilient systems at the community level and to provide safer structures in which our citizens can feel safe and secure throughout the year and at the height of the hurricane season. Our housing initiatives are therefore not random. This is the result of a very deliberate policy to enhance our citizens' quality of life and ensure that, as much as possible, their lives are not disrupted by storms and hurricanes, as we saw in 2015 and 2017, and with several troughs between those hurricanes. With the support of our friends from the European Union, last year we opened 2 regional emergency centers, one near here in Casabruce to serve the entire East Coast, and the other in Jimit. These facilities have provided peace of mind to the beneficiary communities that in times of emergency, there is a place to retreat. In fact, following the heavy rains at the end of last year, affected residents of Casabruce and surrounding communities were fortunate to have quick access to the Casabruce Center in their time of urgent need. And so our profound gratitude as a nation and the people to the European Union for their assistance. And we have always to show gratitude and to say thanks, because the European Union owes us nothing. And they could have spent those monies in their own countries because they have challenges. There's poverty in Europe. There are people homeless in Europe. But because of their greater commitment to countries like ours, they reach out to us in our times of need and to assist us in our development. And we say thank you to our partners, the European Union. But ladies and gentlemen, we have not only enhanced shelter capacity to serve the community at large. We believe that it is also important to provide individuals with their own safe spaces where their families can feel protected and have a true sense of belonging in and out of the disaster periods. The gift of shelter is invaluable, and we must never underestimate the importance of adequate housing and how it provides people with dignity and the opportunity to lead better lives. The Dominica Labour Party-led government has always seen this as a most fundamental responsibility. And we continue to pursue our housing program aggressively because every Dominican must be provided for. And you know, in our country, we like to criticize, and especially when things are good. And so we have been criticized, our housing program have been criticized. Many say that Skerry building too many homes. Why so many homes? Why should we build homes? The homes have no impact on the economy, no impact on society. We should spend the money for something else. But hear what Habitat for Humanity says about housing. and I quote there, "At Habitat for Humanity, we believe that ending poverty starts with every human being having access to a safe and decent place to live." It goes on to say, but first, why is housing important? It says the short answer, because it affects everything in a person's life. Without a house, things that many people take for granted, like raising a family, securing a job, or making a meal, become almost impossible. Homelessness and poverty lead to increased rates of family and domestic violence, depression, health issues, food insecurity, child abuse, and neglect. All the issues associated with poverty are inextricably linked to housing. It goes on to say, but when you have a stable place to call home, all other aspects of a person's life begin to fall into place. Permanent housing can relieve economic stress and reduce rates of domestic violence and alcohol dependence. For many people, having a place to call home means that they can stay together with their families. For children, a house means avoiding lifelong poverty. It means a safe place to sleep and a place where they feel like they belong. Access to housing means a better chance to obtain necessities like food, clothing, medicine, and sanitation. The stability of a house gives those in poverty the opportunity to build a decent life for themselves. And it goes on to say, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals aim to eradicate extreme poverty for people across the globe by 2030. The UN, like Habitat for Humanity, believes one of the first steps in doing this is providing clean and safe housing to every single person. It's not scary that say that. But Scary has been saying that for years. This is why we started the housing revolution. And the reality is, the Lord has blessed some of us with the opportunity to walk into a financial institution and to contract a loan and build a home. And those of us who have done so, we understand the joy and the dignity that it brings to us. And so we always have to reach out and look out for those among us who may not have that means of doing so like this. And so this is why we will continue this housing revolution. Because it is not only a political or economic commitment, it is a biblical and Christian duty for us to look after the less fortunate. And so, my friends, when I leave you here in the Kalinago territory, I am headed to Casabros to see firsthand the potential sites which have been identified for the resettlement of the people of Petit Soufrière and Good Hope. Following the recent trough system, we have reached a consensus that our people in these vulnerable areas need to be relocated. Once again, the resettlement of an entire community will be a mammoth, expensive undertaking, but we are not daunted by the enormity of the task. The safety and well-being of our people are of paramount importance, and we will accelerate this project to eliminate the obvious threat to life and property. This year, we'll also move ahead with the relocation of the village of Campbell. And I can tell you that the land has been identified and the relocation will be done on a phased basis. I've had a look at the area, which is in the same vicinity of the site for the future housing program in Warner. And I'm sure the people of Campbell will be quite happy with this location. We are also finalizing the plans for the future housing program, which is targeted at young professionals and young people in our country. This is a project to get underway very soon. And in the next months, hundreds more will receive homes across Dominica. as part of our housing revolution. In Granby, in Jubic, Scott said, Point Michel, Canefield, Eggleston, Penville, Vickers, Woodfordale, just to name a few of the communities. And under the EDF program in Concord, Mao River, Gullet River, and Sensi. The fact is, ladies and gentlemen, more houses are being built for the people of Dominica than at any time in our history. As a matter of fact, it is really the only party that has built any homes for anybody outside of Rosa in any serious way. You see, and you know, this is why, you know, you have to recognize that this is the Labour is still the best choice. And so even with that, our housing program is just getting started. And you will hear more of our plans to enhance our country's housing stock in the coming weeks and months. Today is your turn, my friends from Sinico and Bataka. This project has a broad objective to reduce vulnerability and risk and increase climate resilience at the community level. But the benefits to you, the recipients, are far more straightforward. Today you receive a home, a safe space, a place where your children can thrive, where you can build closer ties with your loved ones, and where you can find greater happiness, joy, and contentment. The keys that we hand over today represent comfort and belonging and hold the promise for a brighter future, a more hopeful future for each of you and your families. The government of Dominica is immensely grateful to the European Union for the European Development Fund, for the steady support given to Dominica in its quest to build resilience. In the past 2 years, millions have been spent on the rehabilitation of feeder roads. As a matter of fact, last year we spent over $15 million on feeder roads across Dominica with funds from the European Union. And I said the construction of emergency centers and these housing units here in the Kalinago territory. We value these partnerships and look forward to forging even stronger ties with the European Union in the interest of our people's development. And as I said, words can never be enough to express my personal gratitude, but also the gratitude of our entire nation to our friends from the European Union. And I look forward in April when the ambassador will be here physically. I know she's watching, and I greet her from the Kalinago territory. But it will be very nice to see what Ms. Roberts read in her own voice, and to let you know that people respect our country and they respect the government that is in place, because we work very well with international partners. So it's not what people say on social media, it is what the people who matter say by themselves, with their own words, written with their own pens, and so forth. So, Ms. Roberts, I want to express publicly my gratitude to you for your leadership. You have been exceptional in the office of National Authorizing Officer. While you don't say much, or you don't say anything at all, but your actions speak for your work, and I'm very grateful for that. I also wish to commend my friend and colleague, Jose Frederick, and of course previously Cassius Darrow, who have played an instrumental role in ensuring that these homes could have started, and we're here today to hand over 18 keys. You can say what you want about your father, but I can say to you that he's committed to the people of the Kalinago territory. I also want to thank Nicholas Shanks-Exprey, who worked with me, because part of the challenge we had then was that the funds could not have done 50 homes if we had kept the infrastructure as part of it. So access to the lands, the flattening of the lots, bringing in water connection, electrical connection. Had we kept this as part of the project, it would have had to reduce the number of homes to about 40. And I said, no, we have to keep our commitment to the 50 beneficiaries. And so we absorbed that cost by taking 2 pieces of equipment we had from the Ministry of Agriculture and deploying it permanently to the Kalinago territory to create the access in those communities and to get the lots ready. And I remember visiting many of those lots to ensure that we were doing what we needed to do. So I'm very grateful to all who played their part. And of course, to the beneficiaries, congratulations. I know each of you, and I know each of your particular circumstance. And I have no doubt you accept and agree that it has been a dramatic transformation from where you are to where you'll be this afternoon. And we say thank God for that. And you see, and people who criticize these initiatives are people who lack empathy, who do not understand how people live, and who are not interested in people's circumstance. Life is not about doing things from our perspective. Life is about doing things from other people's perspective, putting ourselves in other people's shoes. And if you were in that position, what would you want government to do for you? This is what it is. And so I'm hoping that as part of the national reset, because national reset is not only for the government, it is for every one of us in our country, every family in Dominica. How do I see my country? What is my contribution to my country in terms of its development? Am I there sitting on the fence criticizing everything that's happening? Saying what is Dominica doesn't have or Dominica should have, rather than saying what is going to be my contribution? Am I being diligent in where I am in my station in life? What I've been charged to do? Because unless each of us do that introspection, that reflection, and to come to the realization that there's some things that we have to do differently, we will not get our country to where we all want it to be. But if we develop a better sense of appreciation, respect, and using our resources, our God-given talent and skills to the greater good of humanity, what a wonderful world it would be. What a wonderful world it would be. So do not look to somebody else to do something. Look to yourself. And that which you cannot do, somebody will join you in doing it. And that's what the government is offering. To partner with people, to work with people to find solutions to their problems. But it requires a different mindset in Dominica. And also one of a profound and sincere sense of gratitude. Because I say to people, the work that this government is doing, it is really doing it on behalf of the Lord, with those vessels and instruments that the Lord uses to do good on earth. And so gratitude and thanks is to Him. It's to Him. Because it is He who giveth and it is He who taketh away. And so when you criticize what the government is doing for people, which is good, you're not really criticizing me. You're criticizing the Lord that you pray for everything. Though He never tell us to pray for everything. Pray for everything. But we're not thanking Him in the process for what He's doing for somebody else. So I wish you, I'm so happy to be, I'm always happy to be here in this wonderful place, the Kalinago territory, a place I love so much. The people who have been so sincere to us in our history today. We stand here because we're standing on the shoulders of the Kalinago people, the indigenous people of Dominica.
That's right.
And we must always show reverence and gratitude to them. And this is why I believe that, and this whole process of reset and review of the education system. Why are we not teaching Kalinago history in our schools? Why are we not doing that? Why are we not talking about Dominica history? That our children do not know where they came from, how are they going to know where they're going to get to? But we want to have all kinds of subjects, all kinds of fancy things happening. But fundamental things that we need to know, we have to revisit these things. Civics. We talk about rights, but nobody talks about responsibility. My right. Yes, you have a right. What about your responsibility? To yourself, to your family, to your community, to your country. We have a challenge with regards to garbage collection and disposal. Everybody wants to send everything to a place called Labas in Roseau, in Roseau North. When many of us have buckets that we could keep the perishable items in a hole at the back of our homes. And so there are a lot of things, little things that we have to look at in our communities and to change our perspectives on, to have a more holistic country that we all will live peacefully as brothers and sisters. May God bless you, the wonderful people of Kalinago territory, and may God bless our country, Dominica. Thank you very much.
We now have a cultural presentation through dance by our Kalinago people. Beneficiary, Miss Beverly Valmont. Mrs. Skerritt, presented by Stephanie Hyacinth. Yes. And to Miss Roberts of the NAO, presented by Winston Valmont. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you, Honorable Mrs. Skerrit. In order, based on the community, to the recipients of Bataka. First recipient, Ishbel Chrissy Williams. Sonia Williams Hippolyte. George Palo Paris. Louis Spice Valmond. Winston J. Valmond. John Baptiste John Tyson. Zilma Tyson. Fatilia Williams and Derek Paris. Recipients of Siniku, Shadier and Josephine Valmont. Helen Valmont. Beverly Valmont. Stephanie Hyacinth. Herbert Valmont. Bianca Valmont. Bernard Sanford. Kunchi Grano. Aslin Antoine. And Martina Daru. A round of applause for all the recipients of Bataka and Sinico who received the keys to their homes today.
I just want to say thanks to the PAL rep for having the faith in me to manage the Sidewalk project. It illustrates her commitment to developing young people. And as you can see, a lot of people employed on this project are young people from the area. So that shows a commitment to the young people and to keeping them working and gainfully employed. Right now, this is pouring of the first phase of the Sidewalk project, which is 550 feet. This pour is 180 feet of the 550 feet, so that's an initial pour. This project has a duration of 6 weeks. We are in the second week. So we're looking to pour again in the following fortnight. It is right on schedule with 3 pours.
That is one of the projects when I became PAL rep in 2019, that was part of my manifesto. And it has always been my dream and my wish to enhance the ambience of Newtown. As you know, Newtown is a highway and we have to improve the aesthetics of the community. We have completed the first phase of our Sidewalk project. The first phase began from the opposite the Fortney Junction to go by Suki's boatyard. That is a project that I submitted in 2019 and we're now seeing it a reality. One of the things that I am very thankful for and grateful for is that it has enhanced the whole ambience of Newtown. The word's supposed to speak for itself. The name of the place is Newtown, and we have to improve on the aesthetics and the ambience of the place. The safety of the residents in the community is very important to me. And so now they have a safer sidewalk in which they can walk on. And I think the people have shared their sentiments. They have said to me by PAL rep, we are very happy for the project. One of the things particularly I love about that project is that we were able to engage about 6 young men who have never been involved in construction before. And it gave them the opportunity to learn a skill, a trade. And so we have some of the young people who are at the Goodwill Secondary School, at the Dominica Grammar School. We have 1 or 2 high school dropouts who were engaged on the program. And skills training is one of the things that I really try to encourage, especially our young men, to get involved in, to learn. And so they got the opportunity to learn how to do a form work. They got the opportunity to learn how to measure a sidewalk, and they got the opportunity to learn how to mix concrete. So I think that for me, not only improving the sidewalk, but getting some of the young people engaged and learning a skill was one of the biggest takeaways for me on that project.
Dominica, a jewel of the Caribbean. Towering mountains, pure rivers, and fertile volcanic soil have sustained generations of farmers. Here, agriculture is not just survival, it is a way of life. Together, with partners like ICA, Dominica is forging a resilient path forward in the face of climate change. The Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, ICA, is transforming rural livelihoods in Dominica. Through sustainable practices, innovation, food security, and community empowerment, ICA is helping agriculture thrive in harmony with nature.
Also, ICA is the specialized agricultural institution within the Inter-American states. It's been doing this role for the past 80 years. ICA came into step in 1942. In 2024, Dominica celebrated a milestone with ICA, a milestone for ICA. That was the year we celebrated 40 years as being a member of the institution. Partnership with the MOA, or I should say with the Ministry of Agriculture, has been the cornerstone of ICA's progress from rebuilding after hurricanes to implementing climate-smart agriculture initiatives. Together we transformed extension activities, empowered youth and women, and even strengthened agricultural and food safety systems.
ICA's ecosystem-based adaptation project has restored vulnerable lands with over 90,000 vetiver plants, protecting homes and preventing landslides. Women-led initiatives like Nature's Nursery are turning green innovation into green enterprise.
I'm the owner of Vetiver Green Solutions. Green business which was formed under the ICA project with the guidance of Ken Coppell, using vetiver to stabilize soil and minimize erosion. Places where we have a lot of land slippage and a lot of loss of topsoil, we use the vetiver to counter that. Our business was funded under the EBA project with the help of Mr. Ken Coppell and ICA. They were the ones who helped us, guide us, give us the marketing skills and all of that to have the business created. We are basically the specialized unit in Dominica for installing vetiver, and right now we are undergoing a little training per se, and to use the roots of the vetiver to create oils. As we are a community of where we create essential oil, which is the bay leaf, we are now trying to get people into doing the vetiver oil, which is a lot more expensive than the bay oil. Under the project, 2 other green businesses were created, which was mainly formed with ladies. We have the arts and craft, which they use the vetiver leaves to do baskets and bottles and different stuff, mats, table mats, floor mats, and so on. And then we have another green business, which is the nursery, where they sell the vetiver slips. I believe with a little more incentive, a little more adaptation, more people will be into it, because we are right now trying to do re-educational programs in schools to teach the children about the vetiver programs, the use of the vetiver, and so on.
In partnership with FAO, ICA is building a thriving CMOS industry, from ocean to markets. With new skills, infrastructure, and partnerships, producers are crafting a sustainable, resilient value chain.
The Grand Bay CMOS Group, Kalibishi, and Woodford Hill CMOS Group are all groups that have benefited from the FAO ICA funded project. Under this project, ICA and FAO was able to bring in an expert from St. Lucia to train those 3 groups. The training involves site selection, planting of the CMOS, caring for the CMOS, and harvesting of the CMOS. The Grand Bay CMOS Group, they benefited a bit more from the group. ICA was able to build them a drying shed. Just imagine you have 500 pounds of CMOS that you just harvested, and you have it in the open element. And with the fluctuating weather pattern those days, you would have to be looking out for the rain, but with a shed, you will not have that problem. Yeah, the shed is fully equipped with 2 drying racks, capable of holding anywhere between 500 and 800 pounds, 500 to 800 pounds of CMOS. CMOS is a lucrative industry. It is growing, and the government of Dominica has seen fit to introduce CMOS into Dominica because of the lucrative industry, and there is a ready market for CMOS. So there is no way that CMOS is going to stay on your hand. There's a market available for CMOS worldwide, locally, and both for making beverages and so on. So there is a market for CMOS. Hence the effort to go into CMOS.
Over 17,000 feet of contour drains and nearly 40,000 feet of vetiver strips now protect Dominica's farmland, empowering hundreds of farmers to build climate resilience.
ICA saw it fit that a project should be formulated to deal with this kind of issues of land slippage and soil loss. So individuals were trained in making vetiver plants, which is a grass species that is used for slope stabilization. Individuals were trained in making the plants, They were also trained in doing counter planting, that is planting across the slopes, and doing the counter drains across the slopes. If you make drains across the slopes, you will trap water running down the slope, and you can divert it into one general specific area where it will not cause so much soil erosion. So in a combination of counter drainage with the vetiver plants, this helped greatly in stabilizing some slopes in the Saint-Sauveur area specifically. With the intervention that ICA has made, it has have an impact on the communities so far. What we wish and hope for is that a greater use of the vetiver grass and the counter drains.
Through partnership with UNDP, ICA is bringing new financial tools to women and smallholder farmers, helping them adapt, grow, and thrive.
I am a farmer for the past 49 years, and what I grow here, I grow yam, I grow kush, cassava, and as well vetiver. I plant the vetiver to protect my topsoil so I can use it as for grass barriers. It is really more stable, and I must say I'm happy because not only that the vetiver have a lot of benefit, because I can cut flat and so it as mat, and as well I can make basket with it.
Together, we are growing resilience for the land, for the people, and for the future. Join us in this journey of hope and sustainability.
Tourism development is vital to the continued socio-economic advancement of the town of Portsmouth and the surrounding communities. Several stakeholders on the ground are positioning themselves in support of the Ministry of Tourism in its bid to realize the ambitious goal of hosting 500,000 stayover visitors and 1 million cruise passengers by 2030. Andrew Cobra O'Brien is involved with the Indian River Tour Guides, Portsmouth Association of Yacht Security and Services PAYS, and Cobra Tours.
And PAYS today is a stalwart for all the Caribbean islands. As an example, they use us as a platform to create their own security, especially in St. Vincent, St. Lucia, etc. They invited us to come and coach the guys to create an association like PAYS.
Maintaining yacht security in Portsmouth has been a challenge in the past, but due to aggressive efforts, PAYS, in collaboration with the police, have pretty much eradicated the nuisance.
Today we've transformed from we going out and do the security on our own as members, where we employ people. We employ security guys, we employ office staff, we expanded our office, we have our barbecue facility because we have to raise money to keep this as a sustainable entity. Therefore, we do a barbecue every Sunday night with live music, entertainment. All the tourists come, they enjoy that. People live from Grenada, Trinidad, St. Martin, and they come and meet here just for the barbecue on a Sunday night.
O'Brien is proud of what PAYS has been able to accomplish over the years.
And our mooring boys, thanks to tourism, who help us. Fisheries also work very well with us. And thanks to them, because we have a mooring field which is one of the best in the region. We have 54 moorings and we're still working on expanding. That we use the money to go back to our coffers for maintenance, payments, staff, uniforms, security gadgets, etc.
PAYS has come a long way, and with the expansion of its services, is establishing a significant footprint on the tourism landscape.
PAYS in Dominica needs more recognition because it is something that's been going on for so many years and it has done so many things. and it has brought so many yachts to this island that our people should appreciate us as an association who is doing magic in this island. Because when you get one yacht, 9 people, 10 people, 8 people, we do laundry, we do restaurants every night, different restaurant. We do tours in the north, tours in the south, tours in the interior. They shop, they buy land, they invest.
The annual Yachting Festival promotes collaboration and inclusion.
Right now we work with NAIS in Newtown, and we work with Maze in Mero, and we're going to have the Yachting Festival coming up soon, which is in March 21st to the 31st, in collaboration with Ministry of Tourism, OPO, which is Ocean Pacific Opportunities. They are a set of cruisers on the yachts who help and work with us. And what we do is we offer them activities for 1 week, and they all come here and meet here, rendezvous here. And for that week of activities, some of the fundamental things we do is we plant trees, we paint houses of unfortunate people, we give hampers and goodies to the house for the poor and the aged, we do tours, we do games in the yard. We invite the whole, before we used to do it for them tourists only, but now we're inviting the whole of Dominica.
The community of Mero plays an important role in the success of the Yachting Festival.
And then we have the Mero, because we have 2 days we dedicate to Mero for collaboration. You think? So that week of activity, 2 days we do a yacht race to Mero. Mero tour guides, yacht service providers, the community of Mero, they take that as their godchild and they do all their activities. And we just, they're giving them the support. So we do 2 days in Mero, and then we come and finalize it here in Portsmouth.
O'Brien believes Dominica's potential for growth in the yachting sector is significant.
When you hear about Heineken Regatta in St. Martin, you hear about Race Week in Antigua, you hear about the Act in St. Lucia, and the list goes on. Here, we are here. We're the sandwich in the bun. We are the ham in the sandwich. So, what's happening? We're going to do our own thing too, but we need to support each other.
The 21st to the 31st of March is Yachty Week Appreciation in Dominica, in collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism.
We have the Salty Dogs, which is in February. That's another group of cruisers where we're doing a week activity for them. It's called the Salty Dog Rendezvous. That also, all who want can come and join us.
United Airlines inaugural flight landed at Douglas Charles Airport on Saturday, February 15, officially launching a direct weekly service to Dominica from Newark, New Jersey. The highly anticipated flight arriving from Newark Liberty International Airport marks a major milestone for Dominica's aviation and tourism sectors, further elevating the island's status as a premier Caribbean destination. The new partnership improves accessibility to Dominica, is expected to increase visitor arrivals, and aligns with ongoing investments such as the International Airport project.
Today is part of a deliberate effort by the government, improving the public infrastructure, partnering with developers to invest in hotel infrastructure, partnering to develop the additional attractions in the country, improving the tourism sites across Dominica. And so it is left for us to continue that partnership in Dominica, recognizing that in tourism there are huge opportunities for job creation, for foreign exchange, the consumption of goods and services. Because with 70,000 people, it is going to be difficult for us to be able to generate the income, the revenue among ourselves. We need more people to come into our country. And with more people coming in, more consumption, more money in our pockets, more revenue for the state, and we're able to better take care of ourselves.
The launch of the direct United Airlines flight between Newark and Dominica provides travelers with a seamless option to visit the island from the U.S. East Coast. With this route, more American visitors, business travelers, and members of the Dominican diaspora can now reach the island more conveniently.
This flight is not just about adding another route. It's about transformation. It's about breaking barriers, opening doors, and unlocking new possibilities for tourism, business, and personal travel. With this new direct flight from Newark, a major international hub, Dominica is now more connected to the world than ever before. This means more visitors filling our hotels, eating in our restaurants, exploring our rainforests, diving into our waters, and experiencing the warm hospitality that makes Dominica unique. But this is not just about tourism. This is about our people. For the Dominican nationals abroad, this flight is a lifeline. It means that you can come home more easily to see your families and for festivals.
We are excited to add Dominica to our ever-growing international route network. Within the Caribbean region, Dominica now is the 24th destination, and it's the 64th destination in the Latin and Caribbean region in general. We are excited to connect this beautiful island with our gateway in Newark. And as we grow, one of the things we love to do is providing our customers even more options, more choices to visit beautiful destinations around the world like Dominica. We really truly look forward to this partnership. We look forward to having really successful service and also being one of the first in the new airport when it opens.
With Dominica's International Airport project underway and global interest in the island growing, the inaugural United Airlines flight is another major step forward in enhancing air connectivity. Plans are already in motion to explore additional routes and strengthen Dominica's presence in international travel markets.
Good. Good evening, everyone. It is said that great things do not come easily, and today is a testimony of that. But here we are. I am Marva Williams, CEO of Discover Dominica Authority, and it's a pleasure to be a master of ceremony this evening. Let me begin by recognizing the presence of the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica, Honorable Joseph Isaac, Speaker of the House of Assembly, Honorable Kasani Laville, Minister for Health, Wellness and Social Services, Honorable Dennis Charles Pemberton, Minister for Tourism, Honorable Shakira Lockhart-Hippolyte, Minister of State in the Ministry of Public Works, Public Utilities and Digital Economy, with specific responsibility for public utilities, telecoms and broadcasting, other members, honorable members of cabinets, Honorable Anthony Charles, Parliamentary Representative of the Marigot constituency, Your Excellencies, the members of the Diplomatic and the Consular Corps, Ms. Lisa Valmore, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, other Permanent Secretaries, Mr. Ian Pina, the General Manager of Dominica Air and Seaport Authority, Mr. Tom Kozlowski, Senior Manager of United Airlines, Apostle Jody Andrew, distinguished guests, members of the media, both here and online, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the inaugural celebration of United Airlines flights on this day, February 15th, 2025. To begin, we will invite Apostle Jody Andrew to share a word of prayer.
Pleasant good evening, everybody. Can we all stand, please? Thank you. Father God, we are so grateful. Our hearts are full of gratitude to you today. Thank you for the safe arrival of United Airlines. Thank you that you held the weather. And we are also thankful that all things work together for good to those who love the Lord and are called according to his purpose. Thank you for allowing the delay that our Honorable Prime Minister could be here with us to welcome this flight. We give you thanks. Lord, we thank you for your continued favor that's upon Dominica at this specific time. Thank you that it is truly our time and our season to shine. And we give you praise for that. We thank you for what this partnership will open up for Dominica. We thank you, Lord God, that you will allow Dominica to be showcased to the world and that we too would be able to have access, direct access. We thank you, we praise you, we honor you for what you're doing in this season, and we declare this partnership shall be a fruitful one and a blessed one. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
Thank you so much, Apostle Jody Andrew. And indeed, this partnership has already begun to be quite fruitful. And it is with pleasure that I invite the Honorable Dennis Charles Pemberton, Minister of Tourism, to share some remarks.
Thank you, CEO. Good evening, everyone. We made it. Let me recognize the presence of the Honorable Prime Minister, my cabinet colleagues, stakeholders, the United Airlines team, Dominicans, the media. I want to begin with a true story. One young entrepreneur's journey began with a simple decision to explore Dominica like a tourist. This led to a deeper appreciation of the island's natural beauty and unique attractions. Determined to showcase visitors the beauty of his home, he started doing simple taxi runs. He then bought a minibus. Then he became a certified taxi operator, transforming his passion into a business, which has grown so quickly because of new and repeat clientele that he is now ready to expand his service offerings. And I can share so many more stories of taxi operators and other tourism stakeholders who are living their dreams and building a brighter future for their families because of increased visitor arrivals to Dominica. That is the power of opportunity. And today,
with the launch of the historic United Airlines flight from New Jersey to Dominica, that opportunity grows even bigger for every Dominican. This flight is not just about adding another route. It's about transformation. It is about breaking barriers, opening doors, and unlocking new possibilities for tourism, business, and personal travel. With this new direct flight from Newark, a major international hub, Dominica is now more connected to the world than ever before. This means more visitors filling our hotels, eating in our restaurants, exploring our rainforest, diving into our waters, and experiencing the warm hospitality that makes Dominica unique. But this is not just about tourism. This is about our people. For the Dominican nationals abroad, this flight is a lifeline. It means that you can come home more easily to see your families and for festivals. The flight today was 3 hours and 48 minutes if we had landed on time. That's for the medical students coming to our American Canadian School of Medicine, for business owners expanding their networks, for musicians spreading bouillon across the globe, and for families reconnecting after years apart, this flight changes lives. But let me be clear, this is only the beginning. The Dominica Labour Party government is not stopping here. We are building something even bigger, Dominica's first international airport. Imagine what that will mean for our country. Direct flights from even more destinations, easy access to trade, more investment, and more jobs. And today is a strong reminder that despite our gains at Douglas Charles, the Roosevelt Skerritt International Airport is the ultimate game changer. I want to express my deepest gratitude to Mr. Samuel Johnson and Ambassador Benoit Badwil from our first Roots Americas Forum to now, such momentum. The PS, Colin Piper, the Discover Dominica team, and the incredible United Airlines team, Tom, Anale, Orlando, the Dominican employees working for United, some of them made the flight, Dwayne, Peter, Marilyn, who are here with us, and so many others who believed in Dominica and made this a reality. Your dedication has helped bring us to this historic day. To the Prime Minister of Dominica, Dr. Roosevelt Skerritt, for your transformational leadership, unwavering support and commitment, especially with the extension and grooving project. You made this a reality. To my cabinet colleagues, your steadfast support, thank you. To the DA crew on the journey, Andir, Asa, Anika, Shanita, Miguel, thanks for the buzz you created. I mean, everyone on the flight is headed to Grand Bay for the opening of Carnival. And to the Lord God Almighty himself, the promise keeper, all glory to you. And to our people, this is your moment. The United Airlines flight alone has created an additional 25 jobs. Let us embrace this opportunity. Prepare to welcome the world and show every visitor why Dominica is not just a place to visit, but a place to love, to return to, and to call home. To our stakeholders, I urge you to continue to promote the destination. Jungle Bay, Rosalie Bay, Secret Bay, Ocean Edge, Intercontinental, we have given you the flights. Keep them filled. Welcome United Airlines. Welcome visitors. The Nature Island awaits you. May God continue to bless our nation and people. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Indeed, the Nature Island awaits you. Look forward to our summer campaign promotion coming soon. And big up to Ambassador Asa Banton for keeping us excited. We look forward to the episodes a little later. Let me welcome Mr. Tom Kozlowski, Senior Manager of United Airlines, to give us some remarks.
Thank you, everyone. Mr. Honorable Prime Minister, other distinguished guests. Thank you. Thank you for this amazing welcome. On behalf of United and all the United employees and on behalf of the International Network Planning Group, we are excited to add Dominica to our ever-growing international route network. Within the Caribbean region, Dominica now is the 24th destination, and it's the 64th destination in the Latin and Caribbean region in general. We are excited to connect this beautiful island with our gateway in Newark. And as we grow, one of the things we love to do is providing our customers even more options, more choices to visit beautiful destinations around the world like Dominica. I'm appreciative, really appreciative of the close partnership we've had with the Discover Dominica Authority. Without their assistance and help, we wouldn't be here today. I'd also like to extend a big thank you to all the United employees that were here to welcome our flight. And also a big thank you to all the local Dominican staff who welcomed us so warmly. On behalf of United, we really truly look forward to this partnership. We look forward to having really successful service and also being one of the first in the new airport when it opens. But thank you again for the warm welcome, and I really look forward to seeing our airplane here a lot more often. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom. It's indeed a start of a great relationship, and we look forward to talking to you a bit more. With this said, we welcome our featured speaker, Honorable Kasani Laville, Minister of Health, Wellness, and Social Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Master of Ceremony. And the Honorable Prime Minister is here now, so I think he is, in fact, the featured speaker. Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica, the good Lord wants you here today, so you are present in our midst. And I know we had a delay, but it was God's hand, it was God's will. And as fate would have it, you are here, and praise God, you are in our midst. Honorable Joseph Isaac, Speaker of the House of Assembly, Honorable Dennis Charles Pemberton, Minister for Tourism, Honorable Shakira Lockett Hippolyte, Honorable Members of Cabinet, Honorable Anthony Charles, Parliamentary Representative of the Marigot constituency, Your Excellencies and members of the Diplomatic Corps, Ms. Lisa Valmo, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, other permanent secretaries here in our midst, Mr. Ian Pinard, General Manager of Dominica Air and Seaport Authority, Mr. Tom Kozlowski, Senior Manager, United Airlines, Apostle Jody Andrew, distinguished guests, passengers of this great inaugural flight, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to the representatives of United Airlines who are here with us today to commemorate the special occasion that we have this evening. Your presence here speaks volumes about the strong and fruitful partnership that we have forged, a partnership that holds great significance for the government and the people of Dominica. We deeply appreciate your collaborative spirit, your dedication, over the past months in making this vision a reality, and the role that you have played in strengthening connectivity to our island is very much appreciated. Mr. Kozlowski, Prime Minister Skerrit is deeply grateful, truly grateful, I must say, for all that you have done with your team, United Airlines. And he certainly views this partnership as a gateway to enhance connectivity to Dominica. So while he is there and he shall express on his own behalf, I must tell you that we are all grateful for all that you have done, and we are thankful. Friends, today is yet another defining moment in Dominica's developmental journey. We are celebrating yet another milestone in air access, yet another milestone in our resilience as a people and as a nation. Today is a demonstration of our belief that greatness comes with a vision, a purpose, and with absolute unrelenting commitment. Today, we open yet another door to the world as we connect directly to NOAC. We are opening new pathways for progress, economic growth, and national pride. As we embrace this remarkable opportunity, it is a reminder that development is about people, about planning, holding firmly to the sacred tenet that the right things happen at the right time. Ms. Fiona Vidal of Portsmouth, Dominica. Of Portsmouth, Dominica. I can only imagine that the pride that you felt being on board the flight as your son assisted to safely navigate you home today. Congratulations to you and congratulations also to him. This government, under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit, has always embraced a future-focused approach to development and governance. We understand that transformational change does not happen overnight, but when it does, it must be anchored in strategy, determination, and an unrelenting commitment to the people. Let me emphasize that this government is investing in extending the runway. This was strategic and an absolutely necessary move enabling today's inaugural flight. This extension wasn't just about immediate needs. It's a calculated step towards forging vital partnerships in the aviation industry as we prepare for the opening of our new airport. Our new airport. This groundwork ensures that we are not merely waiting for opportunities, but proactively creating them. When the new airport becomes operational, we will be poised to welcome flights from a wide array of united destinations across the globe. Our planning today guarantees we hit the ground running, maximizing our potential for growth and connectivity from day one. This moment is no coincidence. It is the result of years of strategic planning and the firm belief that Dominica deserves its place on the global stage. United Airlines' decision to launch direct services to our shores is more than just expansion of air access. It is a powerful endorsement of Dominica's right potential. United's decision to invest in Dominica reflects what we know to be true. Our nation is on an upward trajectory. Full of promise, full of potential, it reaffirms the confidence that global partners have in our vision and our commitment to progress. Dominica is growing. We are transforming. We are expanding our reach and positioning ourselves as a premier destination for investment, tourism, and sustainable development. But let it be clear, this success didn't just happen overnight. It demanded an audacious vision and an unwavering persistence by our Prime Minister, by his cabinet, by our government, by all our stakeholders, by United, by you, the people. Building a legacy is a journey, and we are firmly on course. I must recognize the Ministry of Tourism, led by the distinguished leadership of Honorable Dennis Charles Pemberton and DASPA. I recognize Mr. Badwell, Mr. Johnson, and all the associated stakeholders. Your leadership and relentless efforts have made this possible. The people of Dominica owe you all a debt of gratitude. To United Airlines, Thank you for placing your trust in us. Your presence here today transcends the establishment of a mere flight route. It marks the beginning of a powerful partnership that will soar to new heights for both of us. And to the resilient people of Dominica, let today be a testament that our greatest achievements lie ahead. We are building a nation that is resilient, a nation that is dynamic and poised to take its rightful place on the global stage. May this airport, may our new airport, may this nation and all who journey through our nation be forever blessed and always uplifted. Thank you sincerely.
Thank you, Honorable Kasani Laville. And to make our event more significant this evening, our Honorable Prime Minister had to be present. So let me welcome the featured speaker, Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, to share some remarks.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. I want to say good evening to everybody, and especially the United team. The United's tagline is connecting people, uniting the world. And we're happy that United has decided to connect us to the rest of the world. And I will add, united we stand. We are truly grateful for the confidence which United has placed in our country, Dominica. And it is no doubt a source of encouragement for us to do even more as we seek to achieve our development goals and aspirations. This is a day that all of us in Dominica should celebrate and should welcome. Every positive thing happens in our country, we should give God thanks for this and pray that it multiplies and it brings greater benefits to our citizens. This is, and I want to say to us, development is a process, it's a journey. And in every point in time, you either have to confront challenges as we have, or you have moments of celebration as we do today. And today is indeed a moment of celebration. It is an opportunity for us to create more jobs in the economy, opportunity for us to have more foreign exchange coming into our country, and for us to be able to better take care of ourselves as a country. And we want to say to United that you rest assured you have a partner in Dominica. We will work with you very closely, as we've done during the negotiation period, to ensure that the flight is successful and that it can grow from leaps to bounds. And we have no doubt that the Lord will bless us with the completion of the international airport. So it's just 5 minutes away, so we just move your infrastructure to the new airport. And we'll ensure that United has a special place in the terminal building in recognition of your true partnership. I want to say to us in Dominica that in the months that we have been discussing with United, they have been very gracious and respectful. And they have literally held our hands in the process. And you've seen the huge team that they have sent ahead of the flight to ensure that they provided us with all of the support, the material support and encouragement that we needed. This is a sign of a true partner, a true and dedicated and committed partner. And we will not let you down, United. And so I want to say to us in Dominica, let us be positive. Let us be positive. Let us recognize that the country is on the right track and the country is going places to the benefit of the citizens and residents of our country. And this today is part of a deliberate effort as he was acting Prime Minister until I landed, so I always said, as Honorable Laville indicated and the Minister of Tourism indicated, that this today is part of a deliberate effort by the government. Improving the public infrastructure, partnering with developers to invest in hotel infrastructure, partnering to develop the additional attractions in the country, improving the tourism sites across Dominica. And so it is left for us to continue that partnership in Dominica, recognizing that in tourism, there are huge opportunities for job creation, for foreign exchange, the consumption of goods and services. Because with 70,000 people, it is going to be difficult for us to be able to generate the income, the revenue among ourselves. We need more people to come into our country. And with more people coming in, more consumption, more money in our pockets, more revenue for the state, and we're able to better take care of ourselves. And so I am very happy to be here, and I'm happy. Well, I wasn't happy that the flight got delayed, but I'm happy to be here nonetheless, and we had a successful landing. And investment that we made on the extension and on the grooving certainly assisted with a very sound and successful landing. And so we are very excited. Let us all, when we're traveling to the tri-state area, let us ensure that we go online and book United. United has to be our preferred option going to the East Coast. And I will say to you, certainly, I will ensure that from the government standpoint, we support this flight fully to ensure it is successful. And so thank you very much, Mr. Kozlowski and your team. Please convey our sincere appreciation to the other stakeholders of United. It's a wonderful experience, and we're all here grateful. The folks have been here since morning waiting for this flight, and they all kept praying and their fingers crossed that the flight would return, and we kept monitoring the flight back from San Juan. So thank you very much. God bless United. God bless our country, and always remember, where Dominica and United are concerned, united we stand. And so this is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. We'll now have a brief exchange of gifts. Honorable Pemberton, if you could assist us, please. Thank you. Yes, Tom. Yes. Yes. So this one was specially created for Tom. Somebody said Tom is specially creating his. So Tom, this is our...
On behalf of United Airlines, we're excited to be here, and I'd like to share this gift about model plane.
Just go to the front. Right here, yes. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you. And we would like to present you with our national bird, the Cicero parrot. Talks quite a bit. And we will also present your colleague with a gift. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the support.
All right. Thank you so much. And I now invite Mr. Ian Pinard, General Manager of DASPER, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica, Honorable Joseph Isaac, Speaker of the House of Assembly, Honorable Dennis Charles Pemberton, Minister for Tourism and Port, other ministers of government, Honorable Anthony Charles, Parliamentary Representative of the Marigot constituency, PS Lisa Valmont, and other permanent secretaries, Mr. Tom Kozlowski, Senior Manager, United Airlines, Board of Directors of DASPA, Apostle Jody Andrew, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, good evening. It is with immense gratitude and appreciation that I stand here before you on this historic occasion, the blessing of our runway extension and the inaugural United Airlines flight. This moment represents progress, partnership, and new opportunity for our airport, our nation, and our people. First and foremost, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to our distinguished guests, our esteemed ministers, and most importantly, the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit. Your leadership, vision, and unwavering support have been instrumental in making this milestone a reality. Your presence here today is a testament of your commitment to infrastructure development and economic growth. For that, we are truly grateful. I also want to express my sincere gratitude to the Minister of Tourism, Honorable Dennis Charles Pemberton, for your continuous commitment and guidance in strengthening our aviation sector. Your support has been instrumental in making this project a success, and together with your Permanent Secretary, Ms. Lisa Valmont. A special thank you to Apostle Jody Andrew and the Reverend Jean for blessing this occasion. Your prayers and words of encouragement have set a strong foundation for the success, and we anticipate from this expansion. To Mr. Kirsten Pascal, the manager of Douglas Charles Airport, and his staff, your dedication, hard work, and attention to detail have ensured that today's event and our daily operation run seamlessly. This airport thrives because of your commitment and deeply appreciation, and we deeply appreciate your efforts together with the Ministry of Tourism. And of course, to the management and representative of United Airlines, we are thrilled to welcome you to our airport and excited for this partnership. We trust your trust in our facility and our country is deeply appreciated, and we look forward to a long and prosperous collaboration. To our esteemed audience, partners, and community members, thank you for joining us today to witness this historic event. Your presence and support remind us that this airport is not just about flights and runways, but about people, connections, and possibilities. Thank you, and may we continue to soar to greater heights together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pinard. And now we will have the cutting of the ribbon and the photo opportunity. We may need to proceed to outside. Good. Just do it outside.
Let me recognize the presence of Her Excellency Sylvanie Burton, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, and Mr. Burton, Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica, Honorable Greta Roberts, Minister for Culture, Youth, Sports and Community Development, Honorable Oscar George, Minister of State in the Ministry of Culture, Youth, Sports and Community Development with responsibility for youth and sports, other honorable members of Cabinet and Parliament, Ms. Karen Privo, Secretary to the Cabinet, Ms. Denise Edwards, Financial Secretary, Permanent Secretaries, Mr. Philip Roll, Coordinator of the Dominica Youth Business Trust and the staff, the Chairperson and Board of Trustees of the Dominica Youth Business Trust, Heads of Division and other staff of the Ministry of Youth, Father Nigel Karam, Dean of the Cathedral, Mr. Nathaniel Lovell, Ms. Shanice Langford, awardees, other distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the Dominica Youth Business Trust 20th Anniversary Award Ceremony. To do the official welcome remarks, I invite Honorable Oscar George, our Minister of State.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First, permit me to recognize the presence of Her Excellency Sylvanie Burton and Mr. Burton, Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica, Honorable Greta Roberts, Minister for Culture, Youth, Sports and Community Development, other honorable members of Cabinet, Ms. Karen Privo, our Secretary to the Cabinet, Ms. Denise Edwards, the Financial Secretary, other permanent secretaries, Mr. Philip Rowe, the Coordinator of the Dominica Youth Business Trust and staff of the DYBT, and also the trustees of the DYBT, Father Nigel Karam, Mr. Nathaniel Lovell, the 2024 awardees, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to all of you. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to this anniversary recognition of the Dominica Youth Business Trust. Tonight, we come together to mark a significant milestone, 20 years of the Dominica Youth Business Trust, or what we commonly refer to as the DYBT. It has been 2 decades of youth empowerment and advancement, and this is a worthy cause to celebrate. It's against this backdrop that we pause, take some time and highlight all of what the DYBT has been able to achieve in the years gone by. And of course, we are also here to resharpen our swords and recommit to continue empowering Dominican youth through entrepreneurship and mentorship. So we are all very delighted to share this moment with all of you here tonight as we celebrate this significant moment. The DYBT was established in 2004 with a clear mandate to assist young people ages 18 to 35 in starting their own business enterprises. This period was marked first by the vision and the extraordinary commitment from the government of Dominica, led by the Honorable Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit, who really instituted the Dominica Youth Business Trust. And we celebrate the success of that early vision, a program that has changed lives, transformed businesses, and given wings to the dreams of our Dominican youth. So tonight, among other things, we will acknowledge the contribution of this great leadership to the success of the DYBT and its role in paving the way for young Dominicans. So thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. We salute you for your efforts in establishing the Dominica Youth Business Trust. It would be remiss of me not to also highlight the sterling contribution of Honorable Dr. Vince Henderson, who was the minister responsible for youth at the time when the DYBT was established, and also was very instrumental in paving the way for the DYBT. So again, Minister, I want to thank you for your for your contribution, and we also salute you for your efforts over the years. We also salute all the other partners, and in particular our awardees, who all made valuable contributions towards the development of the trust over the years, and many of whom will be recognized this evening for their unwavering commitment. A special welcome to all of our awardees here tonight. We're very delighted that you could join us. It is well established that the most challenging things, or challenging times for any businesses is in the initial stages. And one of the major obstacles facing entrepreneurs in the early stages of business is the difficulty in accessing financing due to limited or no collateral. Furthermore, many small businesses may fail due to the inadequate technical expertise to withstand the challenges in the initial stages. And I'm happy to say that in Dominica, the Trust has been able to bridge that gap right here in Dominica. Since the existence, it has provided opportunities for young persons for the provision of financial support to hundreds of small businesses, the provision of mentorship to many entrepreneurs, and also have given much needed exposure to many small and upcoming businesses which allow them to take off. The Trust has provided guarantees to young persons who have no security and want to apply for business funding from partnering financial institutions. And importantly, the program also involves a training component prior to acquisition of the loans, which equips the young entrepreneurs with the basics of operations, management, and the preparation of business plans. In summary, the Trust has been developing well-rounded and competent business owners in Dominica. And these investments have greatly facilitated the emergence of a thriving and sustainable private sector here in Dominica. A matter of fact, I was advised that over the last 20 years, it is estimated that over 1,500 young persons have benefited from the DYBT program. And as I speak, a variety of sectors has been touched by this program: ICT, agro-processing, garment making, retail, catering, taxi operations, tourism, and the list can go on and on. So the impact of the DYBT has been tremendous, and I can say with no fear of contradiction that the objective of the Trust are being met in a very progressive manner. And if a comprehensive study has to be done to quantify the impact of DYBT, we all will understand the results of that study. And I believe that such a study will give even a better appreciation of why this government has been investing so heavily in small businesses. So as I welcome all of you here tonight, I'm convinced that we all are proud of what the Trust has been able to achieve over the years. The record will show that this initiative is really making a difference in the fortunes of young people. And I ask that we embrace it, and importantly, not lose sight of the true impact it is having on our overall economy. Again, I thank you all for joining in our celebration. I wish the DYBT future success and many more years of successfully empowering our young people. Thank you, and do enjoy the remainder of the proceedings.
Thank you, Honorable Judge, and we also welcome you to the ceremony. We have many persons, individuals who have benefited from DYBT, and I'm pleased to invite Mr. Nathaniel Lovell, the owner of La Vie Miel, who is going to give a testimonial. Let's welcome him.
Hi, good evening everyone. Protocol has already been established. I'm truly honored to be here today with you all. My name is Nathaniel Lovell. I'm the owner of Be Happy and La Vie Miel, a beekeeping business that I started back in 2018. When I first began this journey, I had no idea how challenging and yet rewarding it would be. What I did know, however, was that I had a dream and a vision that kept pushing me forward, just like Santiago in a book I read called The Alchemist. For those of you who haven't read The Alchemist, it's a story about a young shepherd named Santiago who has embarked on a journey to find treasure. Along the way, he faces trials and tribulations, but he also meets people who help him find strength and wisdom to keep going. I first read this book around the same time I started my beekeeping business, and it had a profound impact on me. One of the key lessons I took from The Alchemist was that the universe conspires to help anyone who knows where he is going. When I first started my business, I knew very little about beekeeping. I started with just 2 colonies. I had no clue how I would get from that point to where I'm at today. But what I did know was that I had a clear vision and I was determined to make it work, no matter the obstacle. And just like Santiago, who set out with a clear purpose, I found that when you are committed to your dream, the universe begins to align in ways you can't always predict. That's when I found DYBT. Just like the mentors in The Alchemist who appeared at the right moment to guide Santiago, DYBT came into my life at a critical point. Through their training, support, and financial assistance, they helped me take the steps in building my business. They did not just provide resources, they gave me the confidence to move forward, even when I had doubts. As the book teaches, when you are clear about where you are heading, the universe will bring the right people and opportunities to help you along the way. DYBT was exactly that for me. Another lesson learned from The Alchemist that really resonates with me is the idea of the unspoken language of enthusiasm. Santiago's enthusiasm for his journey wasn't something that needed to be put into words. It was something that was felt by those around him. I found this to be true in my own experience. As I worked on building my business, I learned that passion and enthusiasm speaks louder than any pitch or business plan. People can sense when you truly believe in what you're doing, and that energy is what attracts supports and open doors. And as I continued on my journey, the universe didn't just bring me business opportunities, it brought me something even more unexpected, my wife Terry. Meeting her was one of those moments. Looking back, it seems almost too perfect to be coincidence. I was focused on building my business, and yet we met. Everything seems to fall into place. She has been a constant support for me, not just as a partner, but as someone who reminds me of the importance of balance, love, and trust on this journey. Thank you. Much like Santiago's experience in the book, I realized that the universe sometimes gives us exactly what we need when we least expect it. As I stand here today, I am filled with gratitude. My business has grown. I have expanded from just 2 hives now to having around 100. I'm producing honey, building a sustainable operation, and capturing several awards regionally and internationally. But beyond the financial successes, I've grown as a person. The journey taught me that success isn't just about the destination. It's about the lessons you learn along the way, the people you meet, and the wisdom you gain. To all of you who are just beginning your journey, I want to encourage you to take these lessons to heart. Know where you are going. Stay true to your vision, because when you have clarity, the universe will begin to align in ways you might not even expect. And bring your enthusiasm into everything you do. It will speak louder than anything you say, and it will attract the right people and opportunity to help you succeed. And lastly, stay open to the unexpected. The journey is about more than just your business. It's about personal growth, relationships, and the beautiful surprises that life throws your way. I never imagined that along with growing my business, I would meet somebody like Terry who changed my life, and in the most wonderful way. I want to leave you with this. Be like Santiago. Follow your dream, and maybe, just maybe, you can be that boy or girl who speaks to the sun and the wind. The universe has a way of always bringing those who are determined and passionate closer to their treasure, even when they least expect it. Thank you, DYBT, for everything you've done to help me on my path. And to all of you in this room, I encourage you to take full advantage of the resources that DYBT provides, the lessons you learned, and the community that is there to support you. Keep believing in your dreams and stay persistent. And remember, the universe is waiting to conspire in your favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lovell. I now invite Honorable Greta Roberts, Minister for Culture, Youth, Sports and Community Development, to deliver remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me acknowledge in our presence Her Excellency Sylvanie Burton, DAH, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, and Mr. Burton. Honorable Roosevelt Skerritt, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Honorable Oscar George, Minister of State in the Ministry of Culture, Youth, Sports and Community Development. Honorable Members of Cabinet and Parliamentary colleagues. Ms. Karen Prevost, Secretary to the Cabinet, Ms. Denise Edwards, Financial Secretary, Mrs. Letitia Lestrade-Wyke, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, Youth, Sports and Community Development, other Permanent Secretaries, Mr. Philip Roll, Coordinator of the Dominica Youth Business Trust and staff of the Youth Business Trust, Mr. Nathaniel Lovell Santiago, 20th anniversary awardees, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, a blessed evening to you all. It is a joy to be here this evening to celebrate this major milestone, 20 years of the Dominica Youth Business Trust. And what a journey it has been. Empowering our young Dominicans to dream, to create, and to thrive as entrepreneurs, fueling economic growth and national development. I congratulate all those who have played a role in building this organization and ensuring that it met its ideal to equip our young people with the skills, knowledge, and resources needed to transform their dreams into successful small and medium-sized businesses. I must recognize and highly applaud the foresight and vision of our dear Prime Minister, Honorable Roosevelt Skerritt, and this Labour Party government in establishing the Dominica Youth Business Trust in 2004. Another strong indication of this government's deep commitment to youth entrepreneurship and overall youth development in Dominica. From financial investments to policy frameworks, this government has stood firmly behind youth entrepreneurship, believing in its role as a pillar for economic development, job creation, and innovation. The Prime Minister's generosity towards DYBT over the last 2 decades has been unmatched, ensuring that young people are equipped with the resources that they need to succeed. So tonight we celebrate. We celebrate with pride and joy 2 decades of hope, innovation, and opportunity provided to hundreds of our Dominican youth. Tonight we celebrate DYBT's impact, the resilience of our youth, and the vision of our leaders who believed in the power of young entrepreneurship as a force for national development. We celebrate the young minds that rose to the challenge, took advantage of the opportunities provided by DYBT to turn their dreams into enterprises, and these enterprises into engines of growth for our beloved country. These young men and women who dared to start, to innovate, and to persevere, even in the face of challenges, are deserving of our highest praise. From its inception, the Dominica Youth Business Trust has been on a mission that goes beyond providing financial support. It has nurtured young minds, cultivated a generation of skilled, ambitious, and forward-thinking young individuals, equipped with the knowledge and confidence to excel as entrepreneurs. Many of our brightest entrepreneurs have had their start with DYBT, receiving training, mentorship, and the confidence to take bold steps into the business world. Such entrepreneurs have excelled locally, regionally, and internationally, proving that given the right support, our youth can compete and shine on any stage. We have seen the remarkable success stories. Grayson John, Tridal Edwin, and the late Elias Dupy, winning awards at the 2015 Caribbean Youth Summit. Christiana Paul, who made us all proud when she won the 2023 Commonwealth Sustainable Development Award. And most recently, Nathaniel Lovell, whose honey brand, La Vie Miel, won first place in the International Honey category at the United Kingdom National Honey Show. These names are just a few of many, proof that our youth are not just talented, but world-class in their innovation and business acumen. Although we believe in giving people their flowers while they are still alive, we missed the opportunity to do so for one remarkable individual. However, we felt we could not have had a ceremony like this without recognizing the immense contribution of the late Elias Dupy. His dedication to entrepreneurship, his drive to inspire others, and his unwavering belief in the potential of our Dominica's youth left a lasting impact on this program and on those he mentored and worked with. And so we celebrate his efforts as well. Tonight, we celebrate and honor 31 exceptional individuals and organizations, entrepreneurs, facilitators, partners, trustees, and special awardees who have demonstrated persistence, dedication, and loyalty in their work. None of this success would have been possible without the dedicated ecosystem that supports the Dominica Youth Business Trust. The Board of Trustees has provided strong leadership, ensuring the program remains impactful and sustainable. Many of those being awarded tonight have served 10 years or more, demonstrating their long-term commitment to youth development. Our loyal facilitators have been the backbone of our training and entrepreneurial capacity building programs. Among them, we must single out Mr. Brendan Defoe, who has given years of outstanding service. From being DYBT's first enterprise development officer to now being one of our leading trainers, his contributions have been invaluable in shaping generations for young business leaders. We should also not forget our generous donors, whose funding has enabled the execution of several of our key projects. We acknowledge the National Development Foundation of Dominica, NDFD, a strong partner that has consistently provided support in advancing youth entrepreneurship in Dominica. As a government, we have the firm belief that entrepreneurship is a sure path to self-reliance and prosperity, and we have consistently seized every opportunity to create an environment where youth entrepreneurship can flourish. At the Ministry of Youth, we recognize the ever-evolving landscape around us and the profound impact that these changes may have on our young entrepreneurs. From advancements in digital economy to the demands of climate resilience and the unpredictability of global trade, our innovators must be prepared to adapt in this dynamic environment. Through strategic policies, especially in education and training and investment in capacity building, we will continue to empower young entrepreneurs to be job creators rather than job seekers. It is essential, therefore, that organizations like the DYBT remain in place to support our young people and to encourage creative solutions, particularly through the use of emerging technologies. I must pause at this moment to salute our coordinator, Honorable Philip Roll, and his dedicated team at the Dominica Youth Business Trust. Take a bow, Mr. Roll. And to encourage them to continue to inspire our young entrepreneurs to think beyond borders, to harness the power of technology, and to build enterprises that can further compete regionally and on the global stage. Let us look forward to our young people taking the lead in agriculture, technology, tourism, and the creative industries. The next 20 years of the Dominica Youth Business Trust, remember I said the next 20, must be about expanding opportunities, embracing digital transformation, strengthening our entrepreneurial networks, and ensuring that every young Dominican with a dream has the chance to turn it into reality. I take this opportunity to call on all of us to work together, private sector, civil society, and every other capable Dominican, to further strengthen this entrepreneurial spirit and drive Dominica towards a more prosperous and self-sufficient future. To our young entrepreneurs here this evening, I urge you to continue taking risks. Be fearless, be relentless, be innovative in your approach, and above all, work hard and work consistently. Know that Dominica's future is in your hands, and embrace the challenge to grow your business and propel your nation forward. We will always need mentors and partners in motivating our entrepreneurs to greatness. And I ask all of you who have been part of this journey to remain true to our young people. Continue to invest your time and effort in the dreams of our youth. Continue to believe in the power of youth entrepreneurship as we build on this solid foundation for the next 20 years and beyond. The future of Dominica is bright because our youth are leading the way. Congratulations once again. May God bless us all as we continue to build a stronger, more resilient Dominica. The best is yet to come. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Greta Roberts. We're going to take a pause on the speeches, and I would like to invite Shanice to do a performance for us.
Put on my reading glasses and I scrolling through my Facebook page. Facebook used to be about connecting, but now the experts taking center stage. Have me feeling like I read it Shakespeare. The postman them so long, but the grammar not so strong. Everybody wants to be advisor. They must have an opinion, and you can't tell them they're wrong. Oh, some cannot even plan a party, but advising Mara and DFC, their expertise will send you mad if you're not strong. Like all the experts, make Mr. Piper run. Experts in politics, experts in economics, experts in every topic, experts in festivals, experts in carnival, experts in every subject. They always know the solution to every problem. They always know about things that don't concern them. They always know somebody give them the wrong name. We should call them Noah or Lucia or even Noel, because they always know. They always know. We have experts in here. They always know. Once the topic hot and the trending, then pick out. Their favorite is politics. They know on all who we depending, and they know exactly what to fix. Don't even mention the Prime Minister. They will write a book on how Mr. is a crook. They don't even live in Dominica, but you can sense the rage as the type we need a change. Oh, some cannot even lead a family, but advising how to lead a country. Their expertise will send you mad if you're not strong. Like all the experts, they tell the parents. Experts in politics, experts in economics, experts in every topic, experts in political science, experts in law, experts in every subject. They always know the solution to every problem. They always know about things that don't concern them. They always know somebody in the wrong them. We should call them Noah, or Noisha, or even Noel, 'cause they always know. They always know. Why? They always know. Don't even talk about carnival season. Mass Dominica, experts in their element. Count on them to be the voice of reason. Critiquing with confidence. They know all about the woo-yo. Who's the better band? Triple K or Signal band? Every post they make will lead to drama. You will surely know when they hit your calypso. Oh, some cannot even sing a damn key, but they sure who within the monarchy. They'll finish, judge the show before it's done. See how the experts make the trilogy run. Experts in politics, experts in economics, experts in every topic, experts in bouillon, experts in calypso, experts in every subject. They always know the solution to every problem. They always know about things that don't concern them. They always know somebody in the wrong name. We should call them Noah, or Noisha, or even Noel, 'cause they always know. They always know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shanice, for a wonderful performance. Let's give another round of applause. That was a good pause between the speeches. Well worth it. I would now like to invite Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica, to address us.
Well, I do not know anything about calypso, but that is a good calypso. Let me recognize, presence, Her Excellency Sylvanie Burton, our President, and Mr. Burton, our Minister for Culture, Youth, Sports and Community Development, Honorable Greta Roberts, our Minister of State in the Ministry of Culture, Youth, Sports and Community Development, Honorable Oscar George, my honorable Cabinet colleagues, Ms. Karen Prevost, the Secretary to the Cabinet, Ms. Dennis Edwards, our Financial Secretary, Ms. Letitia Lestrade-White, our PS in the Ministry of Youth Affairs, and other permanent secretaries, Mr. Honorable Senator Philip Roll, the DYBT coordinator, and his very committed and hardworking staff. I also want to recognize the Board of Directors, of DYBT, the Dean of the Cathedral, Father Nigel Karam, Mr. Nathaniel Lovell, you were already a feature speaker, you know. It's an excellent speech, yeah? Very good. Our 2024 awardees, distinguished guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen, friends all, good evening. I took note that DYBT has given, entered into agreements with 1,500 individuals over the 20 years. And if my math is correct, it's 75 per year. That's correct, eh? That's correct? But 75 per year, which is not a bad number. I think many of the banks will be happy to give 75 loans to some businesses. So this is an extraordinary performance on the part of DYBT. I want to greet all of you and to extend a very warm welcome to our entrepreneurs present here tonight. This awards ceremony is a celebration of each of you, of your hard work and your courage to dream big. More importantly, we commend you for taking bold steps to transform your dreams into reality, guided and supported by the Dominica Youth Business Trust. The DYBT exists for this very purpose, to empower and inspire our young people to be innovative and visionary. We are cultivating a generation of dynamic entrepreneurs, equipping them with the tools and opportunities to build a prosperous future right here in Dominica. And I can speak with some authority to the goals and achievements of the DYBT as someone who played a role in its establishment. I sincerely appreciate the award you will present to me this evening. But my work on behalf of you, the young people of Dominica, is not driven by praise or recognition. It is about uplifting your lives and creating opportunities for you to build a better future for yourselves and for your families. Your success is the true reward. 2 decades ago, we identified the need for a structured and sustained approach to youth entrepreneurship, one providing financing, but also mentorship, skills development, and long-term support for aspiring business owners. And it is something that we gave careful consideration to in our engagement with youth across Dominica. Everywhere we went across Dominica, we were told the biggest challenge to young people turning their dreams into reality was access to finance. The banks won't give you money. The credit unions won't give you money. And other lending institutions won't give you money because you do not have what is called collateral, the security needed. And the question is, where is somebody who just left college going to get a certificate of title to get a loan? And this is where the government came in. And so through the DYBT, we are in fact guaranteeing the loans for everyone who takes a loan. And in cases where you're unable to pay or you refuse to pay, the government has had to pay the bank the monies that were guaranteed. And I recall at one time, I cleared about over $430,000 as monies that were not paid back, or for one reason or the other, on behalf of young people. And that is the commitment and dedication we have and the trust and confidence. And so we will continue with this. We wanted to equip our enterprising youth like you with the tools, the knowledge and opportunities to turn their ideas into successful ventures, thereby building a national culture of entrepreneurship. By investing in your potential, we aimed to influence individual success stories and to build a more dynamic, self-sufficient, and progressive Dominica for generations to come. Tonight, we see the impact of that vision reflected in the success of each of you. And so tonight, we celebrate the impact of the DYBT, its achievements, and the progress made over the past 2 decades. This evening also serves as a powerful reminder that the government I am honored to lead has always recognized the potential of our young people and remains absolutely committed to providing them with the best opportunities to succeed and to succeed in Dominica. I give you the assurance this evening that we will continue to build on the investments we have made in the DYBT, expanding its programs, increasing financial support, and ensuring that every young entrepreneur has access to training, mentorship, and capital. I take the opportunity tonight to highlight the investments we have made in our youth to guarantee the stake in the dynamic Dominica we are building, not just in entrepreneurship, but across all sectors, including education, agriculture, technology, and leadership. Over the past years, we have increased access to grants and low-interest loans to ensure that funding is never a barrier to youth enterprise. Our low-interest facility at the 8 Bank provided small businesses with a valuable lifeline in the aftermath of COVID-19 to sustain and grow their businesses. We are talking about financial support of up to $40 million, in addition to the grants that government continue to provide for the small business unit. The additional $1 million pledged to the Dominica Youth Business Trust in 2022, and the human resource support provided through the National Employment Program. Additionally, we are working on incubation programs that will help young businesses scale and compete at regional and international levels, including the development of a production facility and the rental of hubs in at least 2 locations to provide space for small agro-processors to increase production. This government understands the major contribution of your micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in the Dominican economy. I speak here of the agro-processors, the plumbers, electricians, farmers, fishermen, vendors, barbers, hairdressers, retailers, artisans, and all the other small entrepreneurs who are ensuring that economic activity remains steady in our country. We believe in supporting your dreams, and you can count on this Labour government to stand with you at all material times. Going further back, through our universal access to education policy and access to higher education, we are ensuring that young people can develop the technical and professional skills needed to navigate the challenging global environment. We continue to expand our technical and vocational education and training, TVET, programs, ensuring that our young people can master skills that drive innovation and productivity. The new Goodwill Secondary School will soon stand as a center of excellence for technical and vocational education, creating new opportunities and pathways to success for our youth. We are strengthening our digital programs because we are in the digital era and we must be prepared. Just on Monday, you heard of the impact of the $75 million digital transformation project, which is improving access and adoption of digital services, skills, and technologies among our citizens and small and medium-sized enterprises. And last year, the project handed grants to 79 young entrepreneurs to allow them to invest in digital technology and marketing to increase the productivity of their businesses. These investments are deliberately designed to empower and inspire our youth to engage in meaningful and productive activities. Our young people must never feel that they should seek opportunities abroad. We are building a Dominica full of possibilities and promise. The major investments we are making across the island are for all of you, the youth of Dominica. You are the ones who will benefit from the construction of the international airport and the vast array of opportunities it will create for careers in aviation, air traffic control, food and beverage, agriculture, and various airport services. But equally important, the increase of visitors to our shores, which also means more opportunities for small business operators in our country. Consider the impact of the Cabridge Marina being built in the north, the cable car project in the Roseau Valley, the cruise village and cargo port we are developing. All of these signal growth and opportunity and a new exciting direction for the Dominican economy. Now is the time to position yourselves to be major players once these big ticket projects are complete. I want the young people of this country to embrace a more positive mindset, and see yourselves as the future of Dominica. Whether you dream of starting a business, working in agriculture, technology, or any other field, you have an important role to play in shaping dynamic Dominica. Your ideas, skills, and energy are the driving force behind our growth, and we need you to remain on board. I urge you to reject the negativity that too often dominates public discourse. The voices that focus on only challenges without seeking solutions. And our dear sister said so tonight. Instead, and I say so sincerely, to one of the few Dominicans who came back from university and went back to teach at a secondary school. I say so sincerely that instead, let us embrace your role as problem solvers, innovators, and leaders of both today and tomorrow. That is the only way we're going to be successful, if we focus on the positive opportunities. And I see my friend here, who taught with me briefly at the college back then. And she was one of the shining examples of entrepreneurship in Dominica, Terry, who came back to Dominica and saw opportunities and has transformed these opportunities into successful small businesses and entrepreneurship. And the point is, there are many foreign nationals who come into our country and positioning themselves and taking advantage of the opportunities. So for Christ's sake, let us be positive in this country. And it's only when we speak positivity in ourselves, within ourselves and in our society, then the good Lord will bless us. Because it is written, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. And if the Lord is giving opportunities and we're cursing them, then what's going to happen to us? What's going to happen to you? What's going to happen to our country? And so this is why I wanted to be here tonight, to celebrate with so many of you, the 1,500 plus those who provided mentorship and guidance, and for taking the step of registering yourself, taking advantage of the opportunities. These things are being done for you, so it can benefit the whole country. And so your government believes in you, supports you, and stands ready to continue to work with you. As we look ahead to the next 20 years of the DYBT, let us recommit ourselves to its mission. Let us encourage more young people to step forward with the ideas and give them the support that they need. To Senator Roll, I want to congratulate you for the extraordinary leadership that you've shown. And the intrinsic passion that you have displayed for the young people of this country and for what you do at DYBT. And to the team at the DYBT, and I remember the early days with my friend there, you know, who was instrumental, and at the time it was only him, Defoe, only him doing the training and the mentorship and going across the country, and see where we are today. See where we are today. So this is an unsung hero for the DYBT, and I recognize his commitment to the country as a young person. The reality is, my friends, we as young people must stand in defense of young people. And we must celebrate young people. We must celebrate each other. Because the reality is, we must not allow the society to define who we are as young people. The truth is, young people are engaged in very constructive and positive things across Dominica. And I always keep saying, if young people were to go and say, well, we're no longer teaching, what will happen to our schools? If the young police officers were to say that we're no longer going to be police officers, what would happen to the security of the state? If our young people would say that they are not going to do farming, and a significant number of young people are involved in farming, what will happen to our country? If our young people would say they're not going to produce, they're going to stop the agro-processing, what will happen to our cottage industries? And so we have young people. And if the young people who are in parliament say, well, we're no longer interested in politics, what's going to happen to the country and the governance of the country? A significant number of them are young people. And so young people are positioned and making a contribution in a constructive manner. In construction, in beautification, in healthcare. Everywhere you go, we see the faces of young people. So why are we saying that young people are not constructive? Why are we saying that young people are not doing constructive things and positive things in our society? Why are we focusing on the negatives and not the positives among us? Because we have to change this. And this is why I believe that your song is so apt, so relevant, and I do hope that all of us will take note of it in the spirit of which you've sung and sung the song. And so I want to recognize our partners, our trainers and mentors, and to every young entrepreneur who has been part of this journey. Congratulations to all of you on the 20 years of success. 20 years of success. And we give God all the thanks and praise for these 20 years of sustained DYBT intervention in Dominica. This is a huge success for us in Dominica, providing the hope and confidence to our young people that there is somebody, there is an entity called DYBT that is prepared to support them and to turn their dreams into reality. Congratulations to Dominica, congratulations to DYBT, congratulations, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. So we are now at the area where we are going to do the presentation of awards. The DYBT, the Ministry of Culture Youth Sports and Community Development, in collaboration with the Dominica Youth Business Trust, will be presenting awards tonight in 5 categories: presentation of Persistent Entrepreneurs Awards, presentation of Strong Partner Awards, presentation of Dedicated Trustees Award, presentation of Loyal Facilitator Awards, and presentation of Special Awards. And so we have with us Mr. Eamon Gibbons, who will be reading the citation, and I ask the staff who are assisting with the awards to come. So the first 2 areas that we are going to do is the presentation of awards of Persistent Entrepreneurs and the presentation of awards of Strong Partner Awards. I would like to invite Honorable Prime Minister to present the awards, and while Mr. Gibbons does the citations.
Good evening, everyone. First category of awards is the Persistent Entrepreneur Award. And first up, we call on Mr. Nathaniel Lovell of Business Larvae Mail. And I think we all heard his testimonial this evening. Yes. His testimonial is a citation. Next, we call on Tridel Edwin, represented by Kelly and Liverpool. Together with his business partner, Elias Dupuy, formulating 365 MMP, they utilized DYBT's loan guarantee facility twice. The business has since evolved into 365 Group Inc., consisting of artist management, photography, and videography. Next, we call on Grayson John, represented by Rufin John. Big G's Pepper Sauce. Grayson John has been the winner of DYBT's BPIA, Business Plan Innovation Award. Since taking part in the DYBT program, his products have diversified over 20 creative and innovative pepper sauces. He continues to succeed in exporting his products and has won Regional Entrepreneur of the Year in 2015. Big G's Pepper Sauce. Next, we have Miss Shani John Finn Vigilant of Divine Elegance. Miss Vigilant is a participant of the DYBT Social Enterprise Incubator Program and has since launched her business, grown her business, and has been able to give her social enterprise aspect, which is giving back to the children in her community. Miss Shani John Finn Vigilant. Next, we have Miss Sandy Popon of Before Sunrise Cacoustics. Miss Popon is a participant of the Business Plan Innovation Award, and since taking part in DYBT's EDP program, Entrepreneurship Development Program, she has started exporting her products and selling in the local supermarkets. So Before Sunrise Cacoustics. Next, we have Mr. Rudy Defoe of Liberty Car Care Services. Mr. Defoe is the owner of a car wash and detailing shop and has since taken part in the EDP program of DYBT. His business has thrived and is also offering furniture and mattress cleaning service. Next, we have Ms. Sherma Gregoire of Heaven Sent Soaps. Ms. Gregoire is one of DYBT's first trainees, having taken the loan guarantee facility, and since taking part, I think Heaven Sent has become a household name in Dominica. Next, we have Mr. Kervin Vidal of K. Vidal's Enterprises. Having taken DYBT's loan guarantee facility, he continues to give to DYBT by offering mentorship and coaching during DYBT's EDP training. Ms. Avina Prince of Royal Globe Inc. Ms. Prince, since taking part in DYBT's program, is now a mentor at DYBT and continues to give back through her business of teaching young persons the art of sewing. Christiana Paul of We Planet. Ms. Paul has taken part in DYBT's Social Enterprise Incubator just 3 years ago and has since won numerous sustainable environment awards and represented Dominica at various world forums. I will now move on to the category of strong partners. First, we call on the International Organization for Migration to receive the award received by Ms. Natasha Graves. The IOM has been a strong partner at DYBT, sponsoring DYBT's flagship program, our Entrepreneurship Development Program, as well as DYBT's Hub. I now call on the National Development Foundation of Dominica, received by Cletus Joseph. NDFD has been a consistent partner throughout the lifespan of DYBT for the loan guarantee facility, as well as during our trainings during our programs. NDFD, we thank you. Now call on the small business units to be received by Mr. Michael Walters. A strong partner in supporting DYBT in trainings and grant funding towards entrepreneurs. Small business units, we thank you for your service to DYBT. We now call on Campbell's Business Systems and Services, received by Mr. Cedric Phillip. Campbell's has been a strong sponsor of the Business Plan Innovation Award every year and continues to give advice and coaching mentorship to entrepreneurs through the BBI Award. We now call on World University Service of Canada, WUSC, to be received by Gemma Julian. WUSC has been a strong partner with Propel program and has provided funds, tools, and equipment to manufacturing entrepreneurs of DYBT. Under this category, finally, we have the European Union to be received by Ms. Carlin Roberts. The European Union has been a sponsor of two recent programs of the DYBT, the Social Enterprise Incubator, as well as the Fostering a Supportive Network for Empowering Youth towards Stronger Economic Development. The EU, we thank you.
And we say thank you to Honorable Prime Minister. We move on to the presentation of Dedicated Trustees Award, and I now invite Honorable Greta Roberts to do the presentations.
The first trustee I'd like to call on is Mrs. Kim Simon Gadier. Mrs. Gadier has served on the Board of Trustees from 2014 to 2022 and has also stood as a judge for the Business Plan Innovation Award, giving valuable feedback to entrepreneurs. Mrs. Gadier, we thank you. The next dedicated trustee I call on is Ms. Frederica James. She is our current chair of the DYBT, serving from 2014 to current, 2025. As well as serving as chair, she offers her counseling services during DYBT's Achievement Motivation Training to young entrepreneurs. I now call on Mr. Vincent Etienne as a long-serving member of the Board of Trustees of DYBT, serving from 2008 to 2016. Mr. Etienne, we thank you for your time at DYBT. The next trustee would be Lydia Andrew, a long-serving member for the years 2014 to present, providing feedback under the Loan Guarantee Facility Committee to business plans and entrepreneurs. Thank you. And lastly, under this category, Ms. Corinne Prevost, one of the first members of the Board of Trustees of DYBT, serving from 2004 to 2014.
We now move on to the presentation of Royal Facilities. Thank you, Honorable Roberts. My apologies. We now move on to the presentation of Loyal Facilitators Awards, and I now invite Honorable Oscar George to do the presentations.
The first Loyal Facilitator we would like to recognize is Ms. Matilda Popo. Ms. Popo has served as a facilitator under the Achievement Motivation Training, which is done during DYBT's Entrepreneurship Development Program. Ms. Popo, we thank you. Next up, I recognize Ms. Marcia Barron. Ms. Barron has also served as a facilitator under the Achievement Motivation Training during DYBT's Entrepreneurship Development Program. Ms. Barron, we thank you. Next person, Mr. Brendan Defoe. One of the first enterprise development officers at the Dominica Youth Business Trust, being trained by Youth Business International for the implementation of the mentorship program, thereby recruiting and training mentors. Recruitment and training of DYBT staff, and continues to facilitate business plan development training and mentorship for DYBT trainings. Mr. Defoe, we thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Next, I recognize Ms. Frederica Duran. Ms. Duran serves as a trainer for our public speaking training, as well as our customer service training at the DYBT, and always has a very great rapport with all our entrepreneurs and trainers at our training. And lastly, under the category, Ms. Natasha Eloy Laba. Ms. Laba has also served as a business development officer under DYBT, and thereafter also continued doing the business development training and coaching with DYBT clients. Ms. Laba, we thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Judge. Our final segment is the presentation of special awards, and I would like to invite Ms. Frederica James to present the awards.
On the special awardees, the first special awardee we would like to recognize is to Mr. John Roach. Mr. Roach has served as the first coordinator of DYBT some 20 years ago, laying the foundation for DYBT, creating various policies and training manuals for DYBT, as well as mentorship and coaching to entrepreneurs. And I think even in his retirement, he continues to give mentorship and coaching to many young persons now. Mr. Roach, we thank you. Another first under DYBT, we recognize Mr. Ronald John Baptist as the first DYBT chairperson, assisting in laying the foundation for DYBT, as well as facilitating DYBT business development trainings and coaching, and even in his current capacity continues to give business development training, mentorship, and coaching to entrepreneurs. The next two awardees go to Outstanding Mentors. The first goes to Outstanding Female Mentor, and that goes to Ms. Natoya Paul. Ms. Natoya Paul is one of DYBT's first participants of the DYBT training program some 20 years ago, and has assisted at DYBT in various ways. Currently stands as a mentor under DYBT's mentorship program. Ms. Paul, we thank you for all that you do for DYBT. This next award comes very special, I think, to all of us. Goes to Outstanding Mentor, Outstanding Male Mentor. And this goes to Mr. Elias Dupuy. And this will be received by his wife, Shamini Walsh Dupuy. Being an entrepreneur himself, as co-owner of 365 MMP with his cousin Tridell, Elias has voluntarily assisted the trust as well as numerous entrepreneurs by providing mentorship assistance and expert advice in various skills, as well as facilitating business development trainings in marketing and social media. Elias, we thank you. And now we save the best for last, and I think, in my opinion, the expert himself, the Honorable Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit, to receive his award from the Dominica Youth Business Trust. The Dominica Youth Business Trust, DYBT, was established in 2004 under the visionary leadership of Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, who as Prime Minister recognized the need to create a structured platform for youth entrepreneurship and economic empowerment. Over the past 20 years, his unwavering commitment to the young people of Dominica has been evident through consistent investment and support, ensuring that DYBT remains a catalyst for business, innovation, and national development. Through his leadership, millions of dollars have been invested into the trust, providing critical funding, training, and mentorship to countless young entrepreneurs. Tonight, we honor Prime Minister Skerrit for his foresight, dedication, and steadfast belief in the potential of Dominica's youth, which has shaped the success and sustainability of DYBT for the remarkable 2 decades. Honorable Prime Minister, we thank you.
Let me say thank you to Mr. Imon Gibbons and to all our presenters. And let's give another round of applause for all our awards. We have some small presentations to present before we go on to the closing remarks.
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We'd first like to recognize and show appreciation to Her Excellency Sylvanie Berthoud, the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Mrs. Berthoud. Next, we'd like to call Mr. Burton to recognize and show appreciation. And he will be followed by the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit. Thank you very much. And next we'd like to call our Minister, Honorable Greta Roberts. We say thank you as well to, we're blessed in the Ministry of Youth to have 2 ministers, 2 youthful ministers, that is. So we'd like to say thank you to Honorable Oscar George as well. also like to recognize our dedicated engineer, Mr. Nathaniel Lovell, for your words this evening. And finally, to the chairperson of the Dominica Youth Business Trust, Ms. Frederica James. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. And in the spirit of giving gratitude, it gives me great pleasure to deliver the closing remarks this evening. Now this evening, when I thought about it at first, I intended to make the vote of thanks very short because nobody likes a long vote of thanks. However, I felt it was important for us to express our gratitude and register the fact that we do not take any of you for granted. We appreciate all of you. And it is with this deep gratitude and appreciation that we extend our heartfelt thanks for making this 20th anniversary award ceremony a memorable and inspiring occasion. It's truly a feel-good moment tonight for us in the room this evening. First and foremost, we give thanks to the Almighty God for blessing us with the opportunity to celebrate 2 decades of youth empowerment, entrepreneurial excellence, and national development. We also say thank you to Her Excellency, President Burton, for your presence, and Mr. Burton, and in particular, Your Excellency, for your contributions to the DYBT in a previous life. We also say thank you to our dear Prime Minister, Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, for your unwavering support for the youth of Dominica and your commitment to the Dominica Youth Business Trust over the last 20 years. Your dedication to youth entrepreneurship has paved the way for so many young Dominicans to thrive in business, and we express our deepest appreciation for your vision and leadership. To our Honorable Ministers, Honorable Roberts and Honorable George, we say thank you for your exceptional leadership in the ministry and for always catching our vision when we put forward ideas like this, like tonight. Your support has been invaluable in bringing initiatives like this award ceremony to life, and we deeply appreciate your commitment to youth entrepreneurship. Dominica most certainly has champions in youth development with the 2 of you at the helm. Thank you to Mr. Lovell for a powerful testimonial. Your words have inspired us all, serving as a reminder of the real impact of DYBT. And may the universe always conspire in all of our favors. Thank you for sharing your journey with us tonight. To the Board of Trustees, both past and present, your steadfast leadership has ensured that the DYBT remains a strong and vibrant force for youth entrepreneurship. And we say thank you for your continued service. To our facilitators, the cornerstones of our training, we say a huge thank you to all of you on behalf of the entrepreneurs as well. And to the awardees, tonight is a tribute to your dedication and excellence. You represent the very best of what DYBT stands for, and we celebrate your achievements. May your success inspire the next generation of business leaders. And it would be remiss of me if I did not thank the DYBT team for their hard work and dedication, because without their dedication, we would not even be here this evening. So I must say a special thank you to Mrs. Laron, Mr. Gibbons, Ms. Augustine, and Mr. Augustine for their hard work. And finally, to our MCs, technicians, caterers, and just to note, a lot of the caterers that we're using this evening are past trainees of the DYBT. Even the gentleman who's taking the photos right now is a past trainee of the DYBT. And that's something that we are very proud of. In every chance that we get to use our young entrepreneurs and give them the platform to promote themselves. Even as you walked in this evening, you saw that there were a few folks doing circus acts, and one of them was a past trainee of DYBT. So we pride ourselves in promoting our young entrepreneurs and showing what they have and what they offer. And finally, to each and every one of you for your attendance this evening, please know that we do not take your presence here for granted, and we appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you all and have a wonderful evening. So at this point, we've reached to the end of the ceremony. And at this point, I would invite us all to stand and acknowledge the departure of Her Excellency, the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, Sylvanie Burton and Mr. Burton. Yes, and we invite the rest of us to stay. We have refreshments. As you can see, we have a little bar at the back here, so stick around for a while and let's have a good time this evening. Let's network. Finally, we invite all of the officials to join us in the caucus room for some light refreshments. And we have a live band, so we're going to have a good time this evening. I suspect we may go until midnight. Thank you. Is she good?
Tourism development is vital to the continued socio-economic advancement of the town of Portsmouth and the surrounding communities. Several stakeholders on the ground are positioning themselves in support of the Ministry of Tourism in its bid to realize the ambitious goal of hosting 500,000 stayover visitors and 1 million cruise passengers by 2030. Andrew Cobra O'Brien is involved with the Indian River Tour Guides, Portsmouth Association of Yacht Security and Services PAYS, and Cobra Tours.
And PAYS today is a stalwart for all the Caribbean islands. As an example, they use us as a platform to create their own security, especially in St. Vincent, St. Lucia, etc. They invited us to come and coach the guys to create an association like PAYS.
Maintaining yacht security in Portsmouth has been a challenge in the past, but due to aggressive efforts, PAYS, in collaboration with the police, have pretty much eradicated the nuisance.
Today we've transformed from we going out and do the security on our own as members, where we employ people. We employ security guys, we employ office staff, we expanded our office, we have our barbecue facility because we have to raise money to keep this as a sustainable entity. Therefore, we do a barbecue every Sunday night with live music, entertainment. All the tourists come, they enjoy that. People live from Grenada, Trinidad, St. Martin, and they come and meet here just for the barbecue on a Sunday night.
O'Brien is proud of what PAYS has been able to accomplish over the years.
And our mooring boys, thanks to tourism, go help us. Fisheries also work very well with us. And thanks to them, because we have a mooring field which is one of the best in the region. We have 54 moorings and we're still working on expanding. That we use the money to go back to our coffers for maintenance, payments, staff, uniforms, security gadgets, etc.
PAYS has come a long way, and with the expansion of its services, is establishing a significant footprint on the tourism landscape.
PAYS in Dominica needs more recognition because it is something that's been going on for so many years, and it has done so many things, and it has brought so many yachts to this island that our people should appreciate us as an association who is doing magic in this island. Because when you get one yacht, 9 people, 10 people, 8 people, we do laundry, we do restaurants every night, different restaurant. We do tours in the north, tours in the south, tours in the interior. They shop, they buy land, they invest.
The annual Yachting Festival promotes collaboration and inclusion.
Right now we work with NAIS in Newtown, and we work with Maze in Mero, and we're going to have the Yachting Festival coming up soon, which is in March 21st to the 31st, in collaboration with Ministry of Tourism, OPO, which is Ocean Pacific Opportunities. They are a set of cruisers on the yachts who help and work with us. And what we do is we offer them activities for 1 week. And they all come here and meet here, rendezvous here. And for that week of activities, some of the fundamental things we do is we plant trees, we paint houses of unfortunate people, we give hampers and goodies to the house for the poor and the aged, we do tours, we do games in the yard. We invite the whole, before we used to do it for them tourists only, but now we're inviting the whole of Dominica.
The community of Mero plays an important role in the success of the Yachting Festival.
And then we have the Mero, because we have 2 days we dedicate to Mero for collaboration. You think? So that week of activity, 2 days we do a yacht race to Mero. Mero tour guides, yacht service providers, the community of Mero, they take that as their godchild and they do all their activities. And we just they're giving them the support. So we do 2 days in Mero, and then we come and finalize it here in Portsmouth.
O'Brien believes Dominica's potential for growth in the yachting sector is significant.
When you hear about Heineken Regatta in St. Martin, you hear about Race Week in Antigua, you hear about the Act in St. Lucia, and the list goes on. Here, we are here. We're the sandwich in the bun. We are the ham in the sandwich. So what's happening? We're going to do our own thing too, but we need to support each other.
The 21st to the 31st of March is Yachty Week Appreciation in Dominica, in collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism.
We have the Salty Dogs, which is in February. That's another group of cruisers where we're doing a week activity for them. It's called the Salty Dog Rendezvous. That also, all who want can come and join us.
Dominica's tourism industry is set to transform significantly with the development of the cable car Dominica project, which is the longest mono cable car in the world, spanning well over 6 kilometers. Visitors and locals alike will soon have something new to add to their bucket list, as this project is expected to be completed in December 2025. GIS visited the site, and as of January 9, 2025, this is the update.
My name is Johan Siros from Trafalgar. My position is the supervisor of the day shift. Yeah, it's a really fun experience. You have to be brave at it, you know, and yeah.
In your time working as a supervisor here, can you say that you have developed or honed your skill set in that area?
I have been one of the best climbers, and I have a great understanding of everything, so that is why I am right here in that position right now. Yeah.
Okay, so what can you say for the opportunity? Like, are you grateful or whatever?
Yes, I'm very grateful for that. Yeah, it's a great opportunity. Changed my life.
Just like tell the public, visitors and locals, or like what they can expect from the project after completion.
Oh, after completion, you can get a great view of the Trafalgar Falls and a great view of the Boiling Lake, and also that there's going to be a hotel at the top and a restaurant. Yeah, and a great view of Martinique. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Could you provide us with your full name for the record, please?
My name is Andy O'Connor.
Okay, and your position?
I'm the crane operator, supervisor for the cable car.
Okay, so just give us an update on the project, the cable car project.
Well, the project is we're just currently getting our tower bases ready, and my responsibility is to move all the material to where all the drill rigs are. Well, we're currently just concentrating on our tower bases, and my job is to material handle the steel, the concrete, and coordinate with the foreman for getting our tower bases done. So that's our stage that we're at right now.
Okay, I want to ask how much work, but we know the project is expected to be completed in December of this year, and we already heard from earlier that it's on course. So can you say how much more work could be done?
I wouldn't say that I mean, we are a bit behind the ball a little bit, but currently we're on track to make it for December of 26. So we're feeling pretty good. We're catching up. You know, we've had some bad weather and some mechanical obstacles, but we're catching up.
Okay, and can you tell the public exactly what they can look forward to after the completion of this project?
Oh, I think they're looking forward to a beautiful drive coming up to Trafalgar Falls, all the way up to Burton Lake. Once you get to the top, you get to see the west side, the east side, the Atlantic side, which is gorgeous, and then of course coming down to the east side, or the west side, the Caribbean. It's quite beautiful. It's a gorgeous ride.
Okay, and so how has it been for you working in Dominica on this project?
How's it been? It's been fantastic. I quite love it here. The people are awesome. They're great to work with, and yeah, very cooperative. It's been a lot of fun.
We are here with Mr. Akash, who is the project support assistant of the cable car project, and he will give us a quick tour of the facilities on the project. Yeah?
Yes, the place where we are right now is called BIAC, or Bottom Station for Cable Car Dominica. Right behind you can see the parking lot. The vehicles will come straight from here and will go right from the corner and will go straight to the parking lot. Each of the parking lot have capacity of 100 to 120 vehicles, and we have total 2 parking lots here. And this is gonna be the walkway, and from there the ride will begin for the cable car.
Okay, thank you. So we are on to our next stop.
I'm just gonna introduce you to our office
Okay.
space. Right, where you can see like whole things work and everything. Just this is the main
office?
this is where all the mind maps are made and everything is designed.
Okay. So we are now approaching, we just came from the parking lot, and we are now approaching the area where they will actually start the cable car ride.
Yes, currently where you can see is the basement area where the cable car cabins will be parking, and right now it's on the development stage where we are putting the floor slab on the building, and this is where the cable car ride will begin. Right from here to the top station. It's our 6-kilometer rides, and during the whole ride you will see a lot of tourist attractions, and like Trafalgar Twin Falls, Breakfast River, and Boiling Lake Suspension Bridge, and a lot of other hidden treasures which are not really explored yet. And more of that, it's an like first time experience for most of the guys who are like really nature lovers, and they are going to see the real natural beauty of this place. Yeah, Dominica. And yeah.
Thank you. So could you give us a tour of, I mean, I know it's not completed yet, but exactly what the facility would consist of?
This part of the building you're talking about? Okay, this is where right there you can see the long beams. That's gonna be the tower 1 for the cable car ride. This is where the whole ride will begin. This is where the tourists will embark for their cable car tour. And this facility will have the souvenir shops. This facility will have the major attraction would be definitely cable car ride cabins, where they can embark their journey. And this is gonna be the first of its kind. Like, this is gonna be world's longest mono cable car. So it is.
Okay, and would the facility also consist of, I mean, of course, a toilet?
Yes.
And then probably an area where if tourists and visitors are to sign something before they take the ride?
Sign?
Like a registration area?
Yeah, we'll have a ticket counter here as well. like where they can get tickets and everything. And more of that, we'll have a first aid facility as well, like keeping in mind about everything, like in case if somebody is having any of the issues, we'll take care of that as well on this.
Okay, so like a first aid area?
Yes, we are currently having the first aid facilities on each of the stations. Yes, and we are taking care of everything.
Lovely, thank you.
My comments here this morning will be very brief for obvious reasons. But I can report that the Firearms Investigative Unit is currently conducting investigations into the importation of a large quantity of firearms and ammunition into the state. This unit comprises members of the Dominica Police Force, Customs, FIU, among other government organizations. Due to the ongoing investigation into this matter, I won't go into detail, again, as I say, for obvious reasons. However, during the period January 23rd of this year to June 14th of this year, a total of 42 firearms and 220 rounds of ammunition were intercepted at the ports of entry in Dominica. Among those firearms include 2 assault-type rifles, AR-15s. These basically are weapons of war. It's equivalent to the M16 that's carried by soldiers in war. You will see on display this morning the weapons that I described, among others that have been seized by the police for the year. And just to mention, for the year so far, in addition to what was intercepted, We have intercepted 7 artillery firearms and 69 rounds of ammunition from the hand of suspected criminals. So we have 42 at the port and 7 doing our own local investigations on island. So that brings it to 49 firearms and 289 rounds of ammunition that have been removed from the hands of criminals. Those weapons could have found themselves pointed at anybody in the state, and they're no longer available to criminals to use to commit those unlawful acts. These seizures have led to the arrest of 21 individuals for possession of firearms and trafficking of firearms. Of these 21 individuals, 7 people have been convicted, and fined at the court, while the other matters are pending trial at the court. So 7 individuals have been convicted out of these matters, out of the 21. Sometime earlier this year, I warned that the police will go all out to ensure that we rid the streets of illegal firearms. You would have noticed for the past 2 weeks, or thereabout, that we've ramped up our operations on the streets and doing house searches, among others. These operations will continue to ensure that we can rid the streets of illegal firearms. Our mandate continues. And I wish again to warn these people who may be in possession of firearms without a license. Take my warning seriously. We ask you to surrender these firearms to the police, to a priest, or somebody that you have confidence in, that you hand it over to the police. Do not keep the firearms at your home, because we'll be coming, we'll be searching. And by now you should realize it could be anywhere we'll come for it. No exceptions. We'll be searching, breaking down doors if we have to ensure that we rid the streets of illegal firearms. So I call upon every citizen of Dominica to support the police in that regard. If you know of a firearm, someone who has a firearm, please report it to the police. You must have an officer that you can speak with in confidence to report it to the police. And the firearms I speak of, the 42 firearms, and the 7 firearms, 49 in all, it did not just come from thin air. It's because of the confidence in the police that have led to most of those firearms being removed from the hands of criminals. So there are officers, of course, that you can trust, that you can confide in to ensure that those weapons do not find themselves on the streets of Dominica. And we've seen in recent time what happens when these firearms get into the hands of those criminals. They're not afraid of using it. Please assist us, and if you are in possession of a firearm, as I said, surrender that firearm to the police so we can get it off the streets of Dominica. In closing, you can report these firearms to Crime Stoppers at 1-800-TIPS or 1-800-8477. And as I indicated before, to any trusted individual or police that they have confidence in. We understand it's not a case of theft or battery. When you speak of firearms, people are very reprehensive. However, as I indicated before, there must be an officer that you can confide in, that you can call, like other citizens have done, to assist us in getting rid of those streets of those firearms. And as I said before, one firearm in the hand of a criminal is one firearm too many. Because you never know. You just never know who that firearm might be pointed at tomorrow. It may very be you. So do not hide and say, well, it's not me. It can be you tomorrow. I also call upon the parents who are aware that their children are harboring those firearms, that they have those firearms on the premises, ask them to surrender firearms to the police. Ask them to surrender to the police, to give it up. Because when we come, a lot of times people are not very happy. But we have to do what we have to do. And if it means that we'll take down the front door or the back door or the side of a house, we have to do it. But to prevent that from happening, please surrender the firearms. Do not get yourself involved in trafficking in firearms or being in possession of firearms without a valid license. So that's my warning and my call, that we will continue our operations and we won't rest until we are safe and we're sure and satisfied that we've done the best that we can to rid the streets of the firearms. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I want to begin firstly, Chief, by commending the brave men and women of the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force and the Dominica Customs and Excise Department. The work that you do in defense of this beautiful country is beyond tremendous. And therefore, no salary is enough to pay you for that work that you're doing. And I want you to know that the minister, the prime minister, the cabinet of ministers of this country, government, and the people of Dominica in the main understand the difficult task that you have before you and appreciate the work that you do on behalf of us, the people of this country. Let us put our hands together for the men and women of the police force and the customs and excise department. You're the one on the front line, and you're the one doing the work on behalf of the state. I want to take this opportunity to just remind us that, notwithstanding what you heard from the Commissioner of Police this morning, certainly we have a challenge with illegal firearms. And certainly there's a syndicate, and the origin of which we are committed to dismantle. Working in concert with regional and international law enforcement agencies, we shall continue to do that. And the interception that you have seen in the recent past, where 42 firearms have been actually intercepted at our ports of entry, demonstrate that the processes and systems that we have put in place are working. The coordination that we have been able to do with our regional and international law enforcement agencies is working. The cooperation that we have been able to forge with our regional and international law enforcement agencies is working. The intelligence that we have been able to cultivate is also very effective. And therefore, what we have done in order to ensure that we have the infrastructure in place to intercept illegal firearms coming into the country and components of firearms coming into the country, we were able to invest $2.7 million in order to actually procure scanners, which are now installed at all of our ports of entry, including the one at Longhouse in Portsmouth, to ensure that we have the infrastructure and the personnel so to do. We have been working in concert with our regional and international players to provide training to our law enforcement officers in tracing of illegal firearms. We have put an infrastructure in place. You heard the Commissioner of Police made reference to that mechanism, namely comprising officers with the talent from the Financial Intelligence Unit and the Custom and Excise Duty and the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force, which is activated once illegal firearms or component parts are intercepted at our ports of entry. Because we have to dismantle the trafficking syndicate. And therefore, we have to not only get the firearms and the component parts, but we have to be able to trace the origin. So far, we have had some element of success working with our international players to actually ensure that one of the major players from the point of origin have been convicted at a court externally. And that, for us, is significant because we are committed in the dismantling of that syndicate. Certainly, there's evidence of some element of trafficking in illegal firearms taking place. But these firearms, if one or two were to stay in Dominica, or even if they were to go externally, each of these firearms could have been used for a number of murders. And we're happy that we have been able, working with the customs, working with our regional and international players to intercept those firearms, and we'll continue to do that. So, just going back to the investment we have made, where we provided $2.7 million, which demonstrates and manifests clearly that the system is working. Where did we get that money from? And I want to take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to commend the men and women of the Financial Intelligence Unit who have been doing a very good job on behalf of the state and the region. And every meeting that I go to, they are being commended for the tremendous work that they're doing. Today, I want the senior investigating officer who is representing Mr. Farrell to take a bow for the tremendous work you have been doing. Thank you, sir, for your service to this country. As a consequence, we're able to get $2.7 million from the Asset Forfeiture Fund and to procure those scanners, which are being effective right now in detecting those illegal firearms. These monies were actually forfeited by the court and transmitted into this account, and that money has been used to fight the crooks and criminals and those who, I don't care. I will stand for this country and fight against crime, whether I was a police officer, as the Minister for National Security, and when I demit office as Minister of National Security. The country belongs to us, and I will always stand in defense of this country. I will always stand with our law enforcement. I don't really care who say anything about me as to my stand. This country belongs to all of us, and you have to get to a point where you have people who are brave enough to stand for this country and say that this illegal firearms culture should not stand in our country, and we have to deal with it and dismantle every infrastructure that is involved in that. I really don't care. What I'm concerned about is this country is a peaceful country. The other elements of crime in this country are the lowest we have seen in the history of this country. We have a responsibility. It's not about politics. It's not about our religious persuasion. It's about we being bona fide Dominicans and putting politics aside and to deal with something, to deal with a phenomenon, if not dealt with, can emerge into a pathological nightmare. And we will not make this stand. Your government is committed, therefore, to providing these law enforcement agencies, or these police and the customs, with all the tools that they need to fight this thing. So, we will continue, as I said, to provide the assistance. We have also upgraded our border security network at our ports. We're able now to read all kinds of traveling documents. Ms. Powell is there. We're able to take your fingerprints upon secondary inspection. We're able to actually monitor people's movement, the travel, and to cultivate a watch list and to help us in fighting, because it's a holistic approach we have to take. And for those of you who are listening, most times there are things that we cannot see. Issues concerning national security, issues concerning illegal firearms that have been intercepted, because that can actually interfere with the investigation of this matter. So again, on behalf of the government, I want to express my gratitude to the law enforcement agencies within Dominica and all our supporters, regionally and internationally, working with us and to ensure that we deal with this matter. And of course, because of the origin of those firearms, they will try to come from our bona fide ports of entry. So we have two concerns there. Those that are coming by the back door and those that are coming from our bona fide ports of entry. We are also making some investment, working in concert again with our international players to further fortify our borders, the details of which I cannot get into, that will allow us, the police, working with the customs, to better monitor our borders, our seas, and our bays. We will ensure in due time that we have the Coast Guard located in several localities within the country so that they can give adequate, when adequate, because it's very difficult, we have a number of natural beaches around the country, surrounded by sea. But Commissioner, I want to commend you for your work so far, and the police, the Deputy Commissioner of Police. I'm seeing additional patrols on the street. I'm feeling a little happier. And the Dominican public certainly feeling a little happier. We have to continue to move with greater speed on the issue of community policing. I see Mr. Andrews there, because the people in Castle Comfort, Girardel, the Wallhouses, Kenfield East, and Santa Roma, and Emsal need some police presence also, and need to be organized into forming what they call neighbor watch groups, and to continue to that national effort of getting officers in the districts, in your stations, to patrol the streets, and to with the additional 59 police officers, and to also pay attention to the gardens, and to have police presence there as a staple item on our beaches and at our hospitals. We need to ensure that our police officers are all about. Okay, my final pledge here to the public is to support the police. You heard the Commissioner of Police made reference to they're up in the game to go after the illegal firearms and to rid the streets of illegal firearms. Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police, do what you have to do. Do what you have to do to get those guns. Do what you have to do to get those guns. Operate within the ambit of the law. Use reasonable force. And reasonable force, therefore, can be measured based on the circumstances. When the police come looking for firearms, a firearm can kill a person. They have to come so equipped. It is therefore for you to surrender the guns. And those nuisances who are obstructing the police, behave yourself. Behave yourself. We're talking about Sydney police, drive-by shooting. When the police are trying to protect you, you're obstructing the police. Those of us with children who come home with bikes and expensive Nikes and stuff like that, not working anywhere, ask them where they're getting their money from. The onus is on us to do what we have to take. The churches, the schools, all those professional fraternities, silent on matters of significance and loud on other matters of politics. You have a role to play so also. You're not playing that role for Honorable Lescade or even Blackmore. You're playing a role for yourself. So stop obstructing the police when the police are doing their work. And surrender the guns. We had a recent gun amnesty program. And I heard some saying about, or they heard the Commissioner of Police then say that if the whole you're doing in an amnesty program, they will still charge you. Ça pas voyou, ça c'est menti at the time. Donc on menti tout up. The program was meant to allow us with illegal firearms to bring them into the police without fear of being prosecuted. You made the rational decision to keep your firearms. So you must feel the full brunt of the law when you're caught with illegal firearms. I'm calling everyone, including the courts, to take a serious view of this matter emerging. And as I close, we would like to talk about the laws. Ladies and gentlemen, the laws concerning illegal firearms in this country are very stringent. As we speak, we are looking at the laws again to further strengthen them. Let me just give you a reference, therefore, as I end. The penalty for the trafficking of illegal firearms carries a sentence of 25 years imprisonment or a fine of $700,000. That is the penalty spelled out in law. I cannot sit on the bench, neither the Prime Minister. So it's for all of us to play a part and to have an appreciation of the magnitude of this matter. So thank you very much, Chief. And thank you very much to our brave custom officers. And thank you very much to those of you who have been actively cooperating with the police. Work with the police and stop obstructing the police. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your encouragement and your word of advice. But let me implore on the public, if you see something, say something about illegal firearms. You see something, say something. Don't hold it to your own. It is for a betterment that we rid the streets out of illegal firearms. Before we call on the next step of this program is the show of the firearms, the illegal firearms that we have intercepted. So far, the media can now have a look and take a peek of it. They are there on display.
Welcome everyone to this special interview as part of a public education campaign by the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court as part of a series. Today with me is a very special guest. I have with me for this very first interview, His Lordship, the Honorable Mario Michel, Chief Justice Acting. His Lordship, welcome and thank you for your time here today and for this drive to reach the people of the Eastern Caribbean.
Thank you, Mrs. Fannis, and I'm very pleased to be here and very happy that Calabash TV has agreed to host us for this first interview and what I hope would be the first in a number of others as part of, as you said, the public education program of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court.
And we'll get to the other activities that you plan, but I want to start with you as Chief Justice. My earliest memory of you is as a youth activist. I think one of the founders of the National Youth Council at the time. It's an interesting time in St. Lucia. And later for me as an educator, as my Minister of Education. So Mr. Chief Justice, you've been in public life for a while and in the fight for justice. Let us walk a bit through that journey, starting with your interest in becoming a lawyer.
You know, my journey in public life can properly be said to have started after I graduated from the university and law school and returned to St. Lucia in 1984. I then commenced my private practice as a lawyer and also commenced involvement in a number of activities, particularly youth development. 1985 had been declared as the International Year of the Youth by the United Nations. And leading up to the year, there were a number of activities bringing young people together. I played a leading role in some of those activities, which led eventually to the formation in April 1985 of the St. Lucia National Youth Council and me elected as its first president. Throughout the period then between 1984, when I commenced legal practice, and 1997 when I entered into government, those 13 years saw me very heavily involved in civil society organizations, National Youth Council, St. Lucia Guild of Graduates, St. Lucia Bar Association, becoming the president of all of these three organizations at different times. So yes, that is the sort of background that I brought into government and later on, of course, the court.
What inspired you to really get into the legal practice?
From a very young age, people used to say, you know, he'll be a lawyer one day, you know, family members, teachers and other persons who came across me decided that I was going to be a lawyer one day. I took it then to be an acknowledgement of the fact that, you know, I can speak okay. But the actual decision to become a lawyer wasn't made until I was at A-level college between 1976 and 1978. And, you know, everybody there deciding what you're going to do. Generally, when you got to A-level, the assumption was that you would go on to university. Maybe now, maybe later. So as part of that discussion, I sort of, okay, if you do a degree